Good morning, everyone. I will speak in Português. Excelentíssimos senhores, excelentíssimas senhoras, é com grande honra, não é, que em representação do magnífico reitor da Universidade de Cabo Verde, dou as boas-vindas à nossa universidade, em particular a esta conferência. Permitam-me saudar o representante do Ministério da Educação, que é o diretor-geral, Dr. Romualdo Correia, a doutora Raquel Sofia Fernandes, que é coordenadora da Nova África, o senhor presidente da Escola de Negócios e Governação, professor Edmir Freire, assim como todos os distintos investigadores, decisores políticos, representantes de organizações internacionais, diplomatas do Luxemburgo, de Portugal, professores e estudantes de doutoramento que se encontram hoje conosco, tanto presencialmente como à distância. Os painéis temáticos que teremos o privilégio de acompanhar colocam em evidência questões centrais, como a integração dos migrantes, que raras vezes enfrentam, que não raras vezes enfrentam dificuldades para se adaptarem às novas culturas e contextos sociais. O acesso à informação desde o país de origem, aspecto fundamental para decisões conscientes sobre imigração, como mostram as evidências, não é, recolhidas em Cabo Verde. Eu tive o privilégio de assistir na televisão, portanto, está cá a autora da investigação, que, portanto, fez um belíssimo trabalho. Aproveito para felicitar pelo trabalho, porque os nossos jovens precisam dessas informações. A juventude e a imigração, marcada pela busca da qualidade de vida, de novas realidades e perspectivas, mas também levanta preocupações sobre o risco de esvaziamento do país de origem. O debate em torno da fuga de cérebros e ganho de cérebros, não é? Certamente também está delineado para aprendermos aqui nesta sessão, nos obriga a refletir sobre as consequências da saída e quadros qualificados, mas também sobre as oportunidades de circulação e difusão de capital humano que a migração pode gerar. Uma das outras linhas também que poderemos depois assistir aqui nesta sessão tem a ver com as implicações políticas da migração internacional, no que respeita à valorização da educação e ao reforço das competências globais. É justamente nesse cruzamento entre migração e educação que se encontram as grandes oportunidades e responsabilidades. Compreender como formar cidadãos capazes de liderar novas realidades, integrar, desculpem, novas realidades, sem perder o vínculo ao país de origem, e como transformar a mobilidade humana numa força de desenvolvimento partilhado são aspectos essenciais também, que faz todo sentido estarmos aqui na academia para debater. Bom, expressamos a nossa profunda gratidão a todos os parceiros científicos e financiadores desta conferência, cuja confiança na Universidade de Cabo Verde torna este evento possível. Destacamos também a coorganização com a Nova África, a nova School of Business and Economics e LISER, que reforça a cooperação acadêmica internacional e o compromisso de transformar conhecimento em soluções para os desafios da migração e da educação. Cabo Verde, enquanto pequeno país arquipelágico, enfrenta desafios significativos decorrentes da migração juvenil, frequentemente justificada pela percepção de estudos superiores no exterior, mas que pode conduzir a saídas permanentes. Entendemos que investir na educação e elevar o nível de qualificação constitui uma estratégia eficaz para transformar esta migração de fenômeno de fuga em mobilidade estratégica e benéfica, tanto para os jovens como para a sociedade em geral. Estou convicto de que, ao longo das próximas sessões, os debates e reflexões que aqui terão lugar trarão contributos valiosos e fornecerão respostas importantes às questões que afetam a vida dos jovens, as famílias e a sociedade em geral. Desejo a todos uma excelente e frutuosa conferência, não é? É uma pena que não temos aqui muitos estudantes da nossa universidade, porque o senhor presidente já fez questão de ressaltar que estamos numa época de férias e como somos ilhas, os estudantes estão, portanto, nas ilhas, no interior, e é uma pena de facto, mas temos certeza que o evento ficará gravado e que terão a oportunidade de, portanto, assistir em outro momento. Temos aqui conosco também o senhor diretor-geral, que eu vou lhe passar a responsabilidade de declarar aberta a conferência, isto para reforçar o compromisso que o Ministério tem com a questão da educação e também com a migração. Mais uma vez, muito obrigado a todos, que esta conferência de facto traga mais-valia para a nossa juventude. Muito obrigado.
Um, Good morning, everyone. I will speak in Portuguese, like my colleague. Bom, em primeiro lugar, permitam-me, senhor vice-reitor da Universidade de Cabo Verde, professor Dr. Jorge Tavares, cumprimentar também o senhor presidente da ENC, senhora diretora da Nova África, doutora Cátia Batista, e aproveito igualmente para cumprimentar todos os investigadores que integram esse projeto de investigação, meus senhores conferencistas, senhoras convidadas, senhores convidados, minhas senhoras e meus senhores. Senhor Vice-Reitor, permita-me antes de mais agradecer o honroso convite formulado à Sua Excelência, o Senhor Ministro da Educação, Dr. Amadeu Cruz, para proferir a abertura deste evento de grande significado, pois a temática da migração e ensino superior está de facto na agenda. Infelizmente, por motivos de agenda, o Senhor Ministro não pode estar presente nesta cerimónia e incumbiu-me a responsabilidade de representar o Ministério neste evento. Aproveitamos esta oportunidade, em nome do Ministério da Educação e da Direção-Geral do Ensino Superior, para manifestar a nossa profunda gratidão e reconhecimento à equipe de investigação da Nova África pelo interesse demonstrado por Cabo Verde e particularmente pelos inputs científicos que estão a dar para a discussão de uma temática de grande atualidade, contribuindo com conhecimentos relevantes para o processo de tomada de decisão informada. Minhas senhoras, meus senhores, distintos convidados, é com sentimento de grande satisfação e honra que dou as boas-vindas a todos nesta cerimónia. A sala não está cheia, mas uma sala com muita qualidade, nos dá muita satisfação, para a abertura da Conferência Internacional on Migration and Education, reunindo renomados especialistas de diferentes latitudes do globo. Permitam-me uma palavra de especial agradecimento aos organizadores desse evento e da Nova África pela parceria com entidades cabo-verdianas que tornou este evento possível, reunindo renomados especialistas de Portugal, Cabo Verde, Luxemburgo, Estados Unidos, não me falha, para debater um tema de grande atualidade para Cabo Verde e para o mundo. Cabo Verde, nação diaspórica, é sinônimo de migração. Desde os tempos de migrações forçadas para as roças de São Tomé e Príncipe, passando pelas secas cíclicas que nos empurraram para o mundo, até a mobilidade contemporânea, nos dias de hoje, não? Que nos últimos anos tem se intensificado, como atestam as referências aos centros de pedido de vistos, faz-nos pensar que a imigração faz parte da nossa DNA, do nosso DNA cultural e económico. Hoje, estima-se que mais de 1 milhão de cabo-verdianos vivem além fronteiras, contribuindo com remessas que representam cerca de 15% do PIB, se estou a falhar, o senhor de banco vai me corrigir, e formando redes globais de solidariedade com ganhos tangíveis, intangíveis, dificilmente quantificáveis para o país. Esta conferência não é apenas sobre o presente, mas deve nos interpelar a todos sobre o futuro. Que políticas para transformar os atuais fluxos migratórios num motor de desenvolvimento sustentável, especialmente no âmbito do ensino superior? Podemos afirmar que a evolução do ensino superior em Cabo Verde, nos últimos 50 anos após a independência, tem sido muito positiva, com uma taxa bruta de escolarização no ensino superior a atingir os 23%, o país posiciona-se muito acima da média da região subsaariana, onde essa taxa é da ordem dos 9,6% em 2021, e dos países lusófonos do continente africano. Contudo, ainda estamos muito longe da média mundial, que é de 43%, segundo os dados do Banco Mundial de 2023, e dos países da OCDE, onde essa taxa se situa em média entre 70% e 80%. Significa que, não obstante os ganhos, há necessidade de implementação de medidas de políticas mais vigorosas, visando incrementar o acesso e aproximando-nos da média mundial. Até porque os estudos demonstram que investimentos assertivos em formação avançada têm retornos elevadíssimos. Só para exemplificar, para dar alguns exemplos, caso, por exemplo, da Singapura e Coreia do Sul, são países que investiram intensivamente no ensino superior, investigação, e atualmente estão na dianteira do processo de desenvolvimento. Atualmente, com cerca de 10 universidades, 2 públicas e 8 privadas, totalizando cerca de 9.000 estudantes, pequena população, o ensino superior cabo-verdiano apresenta uma capacidade de resposta interessante, quer no correspondente à oferta de vagas, quer do ponto de vista da investigação que se tem feito, sobretudo ancorada nas redes colaborativas internacionais de pesquisas através de projetos em consórcios de mobilidade académica. No entanto, o governo está ciente dos desafios que nos são colocados atualmente. Desde logo, a questão do financiamento, a saída de jovens, alguns com formação e outros, nem por isso, à procura de oportunidades de formação e de trabalho no exterior. Esta conferência deve dar respostas a esses desafios. Como o ensino superior pode reter talentos, fomentar o brand circulation e integrar migração nas políticas? Se é verdade que uma migração mal sucedida representa perdas para o indivíduo e para a sociedade, não é menos verdade que a migração bem-sucedida pode traduzir-se em remessas, não só de dinheiro, mas também transferência de conhecimentos, empreendedorismo, inovação e redes colaborativas que podem revitalizar o nosso sistema de ensino superior. O governo de Cabo Verde, ciente dos desafios que acabamos de mencionar, tem em curso, neste momento, um conjunto de medidas que passamos a enumerar. Foi reforçada a dotação orçamental para programa extraordinário de apoio pontual aos estudantes universitários com dívidas de propinas nas instituições de ensino superior de Cabo Verde, visando contemplar mais cerca de 500 estudantes que já concluíram o seu curso superior, nomeadamente licenciatura, permitindo-lhes desta forma obter o seu certificado para o ingresso ou desenvolvimento na carreira profissional. Ainda no âmbito deste orçamento de Estado, também foi reforçar a dotação orçamental do programa de bolsas de estudos, visando beneficiar mais entre 500 a 600 novos bolseiros universitários para o presente ano letivo, académico, passando de cerca de mais ou menos 1.100 estudantes para 1.700 novos bolseiros anualmente. O total de bolseiros ativos passará assim de 3.600 para cerca de 4.600, aproximando-se tendo uma taxa de cobertura à volta dos 45% do total dos alunos inscritos nas universidades nacionais com bolsas de estudos. estamos a criar condições para a entrada em funcionamento de uma residência universitária em São Vicente. Infelizmente, era para começar a funcionar no mês de outubro, mas foi impactada pelas recentes catástrofes naturais ou inundações do São Vicente. Provavelmente vai se iniciar mais tarde, dezembro, provavelmente. E assim como também aqui na praia, já há uma resolução do Conselho de Ministros disponibilizando cerca de 150 novos apartamentos para acomodar os estudantes deslocados, digamos, impactando assim, tentando mitigar o efeito do custo de vida aqui na cidade da Praia. Está em revisão igualmente a reforma do pacote legislativo do ensino superior. Aliás, a lei, já temos uma versão preliminar dos instrumentos jurídicos, nomeadamente o regime jurídico do ensino superior, também diplomas de graus e diplomas, já foi concluída. Vamos brevemente socializar esse instrumento, visando sobretudo a melhorar a questão da governança e dar maior flexibilidade em termos de formação, porque já vimos que há uma rigidez nos programas de estudo que precisam também de ser rapidamente revisitados, tendo em conta a nova realidade que nós enfrentamos, o mundo global que, digamos, não para de, digamos, em termos de evolução. Ah, para além desses instrumentos que eu fiz de referência, também será adequado o Estatuto da ARES para a questão da garantia de qualidade, e as pessoas que estão aqui da Universidade de Cabo Verde, como eu também, será, digamos, feita digamos, brevemente, digamos, o Estatuto de Professor Universitário Investigador vai ser, digamos, está em fase digamos, de consultoria. O novo modelo de financiamento, já finalizado, foi objeto de um workshop, mas vai ser agora objeto de uma intensa discussão com a sociedade civil, não? Ah, para a sua para dar resposta a uma das maiores fragilidades do sistema de ensino superior em Cabo Verde, que é, digamos, o financiamento, não numa perspectiva de bolsa de estudo do curso, mas financiar o sistema de ensino superior, tendo em conta a dimensão da investigação, a dimensão a própria do desempenho das universidades e, digamos, tudo aquilo que são as políticas sociais universitárias que carecem, digamos, de uma intervenção imediata e muito intensa por parte do governo. Estamos muito dispensados que este novo uh, o modelo que já foi proposto poderá dar respostas aos desafios que atualmente enfrentamos a nível de financiamento. Para isto é preciso transformar o estudo em lei e estamos convencidos que num curto espaço de tempo iremos fazer, digamos, estaremos a trabalhar nisto, juntamente com os nossos parceiros, para fazer essa, digamos, a implementação do novo modelo de financiamento do ensino superior aqui em Cabo Verde. É a minha firme convicção que a migração não é um destino inevitável, mas deve ser uma escolha consciente e enriquecedora. A migração internacional dos estudantes deve servir para criar pontes, não muros. Aos investigadores aqui presentes, os que estão em linha, hum, o nosso agradecimento em nome do governo de Cabo Verde pela vossa visão africana e lusófona, que nos lembra que Cabo Verde é ponte entre os continentes. Que esta conferência traga pistas, luz para alimentar uma nova largada de políticas públicas do ensino superior, onde a migração, educação é tida em devida consideração, de modo que o ensino superior cabo-verdiano não só forma profissionais altamente qualificados, mas participa na construção de uma nação resiliente, inclusiva e conectada ao mundo. Termino esperando que seja mais uma jornada produtiva, desejo à equipa e todos os investigadores aqui presentes uma ótima estadia entre nós e que podem sempre contar com a disponibilidade deste governo para as parcerias que acharem adequadas. Muito obrigado.
Muito bom dia a todos. Good morning to all. I think that I have to speak in English. so I apologize for my accent. I am the chair of the first session of this conference. First of all, I would like to greet the Vice Dean of the university, Dr. Jorge Tavares. Thank you to agree on the opening of this session, and also to greet and thank the director of the superior higher education in Cape Verde. So I would like to continue by greeting the organizer of the conference. Here I talk about Dr. Katia Batista from Nova Africa, Nova SBE. Dr. Anna Balcão Reis, welcome again to the University of Cape Verde, 3 years later, from Center for Economic of Education at SB, and Dr. Frederic Dokier, Vice CEO of Lizer. It's okay, you know. So we greet we also greet all the distinguished speaker, the guests, the participants that are here, and the ones that are following us by streaming. Um, so as well as the one that will watch this um, after this session will be available online. So migration, we are here to talk about migration, the displacement of people across geographical space that are motivated by social, economic, political, cultural, or environmental factors. So where they seek to improve their living condition from dangerous situation. In our case, these are not the situation. So the migration from Cape Verde are not from dangerous situation, but because of economic and cultural factors. So from the south perspective, so from south perspective, we can see that Cape Verde have been um, sending, a country of immigrants, but now the things are changing. So if we remember the song of Cesare Evra, this is very important to remember. Quem mostrava esse caminho longe, so I can translate it. Who show me or you the long road, the road to São Tomé. This show the beginning of the Cape Verdean as going, and why. The reason of the immigration in this song we can see it. But today the immigrations in Cape Verde, because we were talking time of um, dry season and also hunger. But today we don't have in Cape Verde this reality. The reality are other, and we can see that the immigration, the factors that cause immigration have changed, and this conference here is to discuss together with researchers from very important and good institution that are our partner to discuss the consequence, the cause of the immigration in Cape Verde. So let us see how our discussion here can be taken by the policymaker and all academics that like to talk about immigration. But I am not here for giving a speech. I am the chair of the first session, and this session is about youth immigration from Cape Verde. It's very important that we see the word from Cape Verde, that go from Cape Verde. So and I am very pleased to call the first speaker. I will call one speaker each time, and to the other be able to from their seats. The first speaker, Katia Batista, she's going to talk about integrating migrants, experimental evidence on cross-border spillover. first I will present Dr. Katia Batista is a full professor of economics at the Nova School of Business and Economics, where she is also founder and scientific director of the Nova Africa Research Center. She holds a PhD in economics from the Department of Economics of the University of Chicago. Katia's research interests include international migration and remittance flow, private sector development, and financial inclusion, education, technology adoption, and policy impact evaluation. This is a very good way, and we have the pleasure to have Katia with us. Katia have been working in countries like Cabo Verde, the Gambia, Ireland, Kenya, Portugal, Mozambique, and São Tomé and Príncipe. And I give the floor to Katia now. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the over. And first of all, let me say that I'm really so this meeting here today would not be possible without the cooperation of many of us. So let me just start by thanking the institutional support for the government. So thank you so much for being here and for your support. Thank you to Universidade Cabo Verde, here represented as well, our partners in the organization of this conference. Thank you to Frederic Dokier from LISER and the Luxembourg Cooperation. Anna, my colleague, Ana Balconreis, Vice Dean of NOVA and Director of the Economics of Education Center. So it was all of us together that made it possible. And now with you, hopefully, this will be a productive event. So now let me turn into the research I want to tell you about. And we have been talking a lot about migration and about the impacts of migration in the country of origin. And here we are today. But I will start with this paper, a bit different from the others, I think, where we started in Portugal with Cape Verdeans in Portugal. And my point here will be to say that it is actually very important. And I think, we had another workshop yesterday on the students that go to Portugal and to other destinations to study, and how important it is that they have good conditions to succeed so that their effort is maximized or their impact is maximized. But here, the point I'll be making is that the integration of immigrants at destination is important in all areas. Yesterday, we talked about higher education in particular. Here, I'm going to talk about many Cape Verdeans that we could find in Portugal and how we can integrate them better and how this can make a difference for Cape Verde. So that's the basic idea, and that's more or less the title, right? So integrating migrants, and we, in terms of methodology, I'll try not to be overly technical, but we do an experimental impact evaluation. This is an attempt to be as rigorous as we can in measuring the impacts of our intervention. And so the cross-border spillovers, because I'll be telling you about what difference does it make to have the migrants well integrated in their destination, and what difference does it make here at home in terms of certain outcomes. Okay, this is joint work with my colleagues. So all of us were at Nova at some point, but now we are a bit spread, all migrants, except for me right now. Lara Boresh is at New York University, Jules Gazot is in Cerdy in France, and Julia Sider, she's now in Chicago. So, well, the motivation I've already given to you. Worldwide, we have lots of debates on the impact of immigration in destination countries. We know that especially in the richest countries, we have now especially lots of populist movements that put into question the benefits of immigration. And so this is, I think, a very important question that we should start with. And our point will be that the impact of immigration at destination depends on how well integrated these migrants are. And so that's our starting point. Then our second question, okay, is, well, how does emigration, people leaving the country, affect the origin countries, the home countries? And here we know that actually, I think in all of the introductions, you were mentioning these, right? So the fact that when people leave the country, they send money back, the financial remittances, but they also send many other benefits, which we tend to call immaterial remittances. So I'll talk a lot about that here. And the point here, my point here, and the contribution, the novelty to the literature is that, well, these benefits here in the home country, they also depend on the integration of immigrants. If immigrants can do better at destination, this will imply that the impacts will be different at the origin. So that's my basic, I mean, these are the motivating questions, and then I'll tell more about details. So, well, I guess I said the question. So the first question we'll answer will be, how can immigrant integration be improved at destination? Okay, and so um, we will want to think, what are the constraints? Okay, how can we change? What can we do to change integration? How can we improve it? That's the first question at destination, in Portugal in this case. And then the second question is, how can this enhanced immigrant integration, how does it translate in factors that can improve development outcomes at the origin? So it's this twofold approach that we'll have in this paper. Now, the technicalities, and I'll be brief just to give you the intuition of what we do. So the idea here is that, so we worked with around 800 Cape Verdean immigrants in Portugal, and they were randomly allocated to different groups. Okay, and so we were trying different interventions that I'll detail, but basically we created an information app. Okay, which an app that you can have in your mobile phone, and everyone has a mobile phone, right? Everywhere. And so we got this app with information that was valuable potentially to migrants. And so we developed this app to give them information. And we also developed another intervention that, well, as I'll show you, was not as successful, which was this video. Okay, so we did like a documentary where we talked to successful Cape Verdeans in Portugal. Some of them have opened a business, some of them had a nice professional career. And so we did this video that was meant to inspire people. So we worked in this project with Cape Verdeans that had arrived on average 2 years before. Okay, so they were recently arrived, okay, relatively recently arrived. And we know that sometimes some of these immigrants in Portugal, and this was done in the greater Lisbon area, they are segregated in areas, okay? So they are not really in touch with people that do well. They are in areas that are underprivileged and where they might feel that they cannot achieve. And so this was our motivation. We wanted to inspire people to show them, okay, there are other people like you that came from Cape Verde and actually they did very well. And so we did this documentary to show that. Okay, so these were the two interventions that we did. And some people were watching the video, some people were having the app, some people were having both. Okay, and so these were randomly allocated for technical reasons, just for us to be able to measure the cause and the effect. Then what we did as well, so we're working with 800 individuals in Cape Verde, and then we talked to their families here in Cape Verde. So we asked them to tell us who was their closest person, and we interviewed them both before and after the intervention to measure the effect. So this is the experimental design, and our main findings were that actually alleviating migrants' information constraints, which translates into the app that was providing information, was very, very helpful for these immigrants to do better in the labor market. Okay, also to regularize their situation. But this was very important at destination. And then when they were doing better in Portugal, they also transmitted some essentially political and gender equality norms back here to Cape Verde, to their family members. So this is like a sub of what I'm going to tell you, but I think I have a little more time, so I'll go on. Okay, and the novelty, like from a research point of view, from an academic point of view, the novelty here is that we are trying to highlight a new link between immigrant integration and the benefits of migration for the country of origin. The literature, it's long, and we have Frederick here, who is, I guess, the author of the paper of the brain game hypothesis and evidence with him, which is this idea that actually, so this is the second bullet here, where we talk about the evidence of the impact of emigration on origin country development. This idea that, well, emigration, the benefits to the home country are, of course, the financial remittances that one ever knew about before. But for many years and still today in some circles, people are very afraid of the brain drain. They think that okay, there is a long literature that shows that, well, it does not have to be the case. Okay, we know that in some cases, yes, it is a problem that has to be dealt with, but we have evidence macro level. So these papers that Frederick Tocqueville was the first author, so those Benierol, 2001, 8, and many others that followed. Uh, our own work here in Cape Verde, okay, where we show that actually for Cape Verde, the fact that you have educated migrants living was giving incentives for people here to study more. Okay, and so in the end, so we were doing the calculations, and when we account for those that left and the ones that were studying here harder, you have more people educated in Cape Verde when you have people leaving. Because when are here, look at the ones that go, they think, well, I should study because I will do better abroad. And so this is this idea of the brain drain. And by now we have evidence from different contexts. These are just a few studies, but there are many more, like for the Philippines, for India, and in many parts of the world, this has happened. And then we have other, I mean, positive impacts on political institutions. We did this here in Cape Verde already in 2011, many years ago. We showed that that was the case. The fact that we have emigration out of Cape Verde to many parts of the world improves the politics here. There is good governance, good demand for better institutions, and part of it, at least, is because of immigration. So that was one of the first studies we did. And I mean, a lot of co-authors, our own work afterwards has shown that, I think, including Frederick's as well. Then we know, and this is more obvious, I think, entrepreneurship. When people live, okay, even if they are abroad, they can contribute for their families to start businesses here. Sometimes they return, they have money, they have skills, new ideas. This makes a positive impact. We have also, I mean, growing literature on cultural norms. Okay, so female empowerment, fertility, all of these also changes because of emigration. And finally, more at the macro level, international trade, the links that migrants create, okay, diaspora. So it's very important to be actively connected to diaspora. But when these active connections with diaspora are there, this prompt new investment, new international trade, and this can also be a force for development. So this is my positive speech based on all the evidence we have, which is a lot by now, that's, well, emigration actually can contribute many positive things in addition to the financial remittances everyone knew about. So this is part of the inspiration for our work. So we are adding to this literature, and what we are adding is by showing that, well, for these things to happen, it is important that immigrants are well integrating the destination, because then, I mean, if you think about the students, it also applies. They need to be really studying, getting skills, making the most of their capacity. And so that is the point that we'll be making and adding to the literature here. The other thing is, so there is a literature, but mostly descriptive with some exceptions, non-experimental, so less well established, let's put it this way, that about the integration policy. So we need to learn more about that. We contribute by examining part of this information app for migrants and the video intervention. And I think that's my summary. Here, let me make it simple, because the beauty of doing experimental work is that it's simple. It's as simple as these boxes here. Okay, so what we did was, as I described before, that we had an information intervention. The information intervention is this information app that migrants have on their phones, and which I'll describe in a moment. And then some others had the inspiration intervention, which was this inspiring video with success stories of Cape Verdean migrants in Portugal. Okay, and so we have these four groups of people. Some have the app only, some have the video only, some have both, some are what we call the placebo, because what we are doing is experimental methodologies, like you test medicines, right? So you give an aspirin to a group and medicine to the other, and then you compare them, because you have the psychological effect of getting the treatment or these interventions. So this is the basic design. We have 800 people, roughly 200 in each of these boxes. And this is the app. Here, I don't have to explain the meaning, right? So you can tell me the meaning. And so in this app, what we had was different blocks of information. Thank you. And in these blocks of information, we had first those two at the top in orange are day to day, family in Cape Verde, this is our placebo. Everyone got the app in their phones, okay, but some had just these things about yeah, how is daily life in Lisbon, Greater Lisbon area, and in the other you had like how you can contact with your family. This everyone got, okay, so all the 800 migrants. Then those that are in this group that we call the information treatment got these five ones here. Okay, and these are the ones that really made a difference in their lives. So we gave them information about their rights. For example, all migrants have the right to be served by public health services in Portugal. So this was, well, apparently new information for many because the practice sometimes is not according to the law. So migrants need to be empowered with information to know this. Then, how do you get regular immigration status? I must say that all the information in this app was taken from official sources. It was all available in websites, public governmental websites, with all the information. What we did, translate it into words that people can understand. Because the problem with this legal language is that sometimes it's hard. Okay, so I must say that we had a research assistant, okay, a fantastic master graduate, Sara Queiroz, by the way. So let's. She did a fantastic work, but she spent months going to all this information and trying to make it clear, accessible for anyone to use. And so I mean, she did it for all of the app, okay? But this was clearly important for here, regular immigration status. The laws are complicated. And then we also had sections that were very used and very important on how to find a job, how to find a house. Okay, this is getting more and more important. But so practical tips, websites where you can go and you can find adequate jobs, where you can search for jobs that you prefer. And finally, I mean, there are many migration support centers, but people were getting lists by locality where they could go and ask for support if they needed. So this was quite a comprehensive app and information set. At the same time, everything was available. It's just the question of putting it together, making it easier to understand for people so that they can use it. Okay, and what we'll find is exactly that this information not only improve the outcomes of immigrants in Portugal, but also empower them in many ways. And so, okay, so for our theory, because we always like to have the theory that we can test against the data, our theory is that this information intervention, providing this information, should reduce the cost of acquiring information because it is now easier to understand, and this will limit informational barriers to immigrant integration. This is our hypothesis that we'll test in the data. And I will focus on this. So let me say that the rest of the presentation, also in the interest of time, I will focus most on the impacts of this app because we also had a video. Maybe here I can show just now the link is not working, so I won't show. Sorry. One more try. Maybe it's just me. Yes, it's me. So this is the inspirational intervention. Okay, so the video just so see the faces of people that kindly agreed to collaborate with us. We had the success stories of Adilson, Nadia, Fernandinho, and they had different backgrounds, different ages, and they had these different stories of success. Here, our idea was that they could work as role models to inspire people to increase their aspirations of doing better in Portugal. And I mean, just to summarize the effects, we did see aspirations increasing. People, when they saw this video, they were inspired. We measured, I mean, we asked them about what you want to achieve, and that increased. Unfortunately, that was a short run effect because that's not the big barrier. People needed much more the information, as I will show you, than just to be inspired because inspiration is important, but it does not solve all the other problems. So I'll stay here, otherwise I could another half hour just explaining this. So I just move on then. Well, this is just to say that we did many surveys. Okay, we talked to immigrants over 1 year and a half. So we questionnaire before the intervention, and then we did 5 questionnaires after the intervention repeatedly to see how things were improving or not in their lives. We also got the survey data from their closest contacts here in Cape Verde. So we're asking, interviewing their families that we only did once. So one before the intervention, another time 1.5 years after. Okay. And then we also have these admin usage data from the app, the phone app. We could see where people were clicking, what they were wanting to see. And so this is our data source used to test the theory. How did we find people? It was not easy. Okay, so at first we did just a listing. So one problem that Rodrigo me about is like, where do we get data on where people are? And this is very difficult. So there are census that happen every 10 years, which is not very good because it's not updated. And so what we had to do was this listing effort. We knew the areas in the greater Lisbon area that have a higher concentration of Cape Verdean nationals. And so we were first doing a listing of more than 2,000 people that we interviewed, and then they were recontacted to check eligibility criteria. So in our sample, everyone had Cape Verdean nationality, not the Portuguese nationality, because we know there are many dual citizens, but this makes a difference for the integration. So we are focusing here on people that only have Cape Verdean nationality, that had arrived in Portugal within the previous 5 years, although on average it was two, and that wanting to participate. So, I mean, we explained the whole study and they had informed consent. In the end, we had a sample of 813 immigrants in our sample. Okay, who are they? What are their characteristics? Very briefly. So they are on average 28 years old, not married, and have 12 years of schooling. Okay, so immigration from Cape Verde is quite high level qualifications. Okay, compared to other or origins. So everyone speaks Creole at home, which is not surprising, I guess. And the average year variety 2 years before the initial survey. In terms of labor market, and this is important because this is where we have most impact, we had that 2/3 of our sample was working. However, only 16% had a permanent contract. So these are quite I mean, not the best position in the sense that they are not permanent. Okay, so less than what happens for Portuguese nationals, and most immigrants here were working only part time, not full time. Okay, so 27 hours per week with a monthly income below the full time minimum wage. Of course, I mean this is also has to do with the fact that they were only working part time. When we look at aspirations, people said that in 10 years they wanted 9 to 4 times larger than actual income, which I would say are positive aspirations and actually realistic, because in other contexts, sometimes people really have very unrealistic aspirations. So it seems here that Cape Verdeans are actually with good levels of aspirations on average. Of course, we know there is variation, and 75% were sending remittances to Cape Verde in the year prior to the survey, on average 1.5 their monthly salary, so a considerable amount compared to their incomes. Um, most people, most Cape Verdeans in our sample live with other adults in the household. Okay, so I mean, they aren't married and they live with others. I will skip the more technical parts. This is just how we get the effect of the treatment, but I'll show you the results instead. And even before, let me show you one thing, which is where did they click? Okay, so um, when people got the information up, what was interesting for them? Okay, and so what we had was that almost 99% of people, or not almost, it's 99.6% of people clicked on how to get regular status. It was really important for these immigrants. It was really helpful for them to know more about the rules. Okay, rules to get regular status are really hard to understand from other sources. This is what we can learn because it is all officially posted in official websites, but it's hard to understand. So everyone pretty much that got the opportunity clicked on this section. The other sections that followed were housing and job finding. So people wanted to learn more about how to look for another housing and how to find another job. Okay, so this is, I think, quite interesting because it tells us about what are the information gaps here. And now for the proper question. So what happened, and I will not show this, what happened to the job market or outcomes of these immigrants? And so, okay, so maybe I'll describe the graph. Sorry, I should have done that before. So here, so this dashed line is the zero. This is a zero effect. Whenever we see points that are above this line, it means that they are positive impacts and that they are statistically significant if these lines are not crossing zero. So as you can see, all the effects we are showing there are very positive and significant, except for this very well measured zero. no one was promoted because of our app, which I think makes sense, right? Because you have more information on how to look for jobs, you are not getting promoted, unfortunately. But what we see there is that people really switched jobs. What happened when people got the app and got information about how to look for a job is they got better. They had information, they looked for jobs, and they found jobs that they liked more, jobs that were better paid, that were more stable, because we saw many of them were temporary contracts, jobs that were closer to home, that they had better schedules. Okay, we know by talking to many of these immigrants that oftentimes in the greater Lisbon area, people need to wake up at 5, do big commutes, come back at midnight home. Okay, so these people were getting better jobs, closer to home, better schedules. This is important and it reflects on their satisfaction. So it's actually a very simple intervention with quite powerful impacts that are statistically measured with precision. Then looking at labor market outcomes. So here it's about what people are doing. So we showed that in terms of jobs, jobs are getting better. But we also know that some people were actually, I mean, they had quitted. So NEETs, they are here in Cape Verde, we also have them. Some immigrants that go to Portugal, they are discouraged. They are not studying, they are not working. What's happened here, also a very positive impact in my view, is that that decreased. So this dot here below the zero shows that actually this effect was negative. People that were inactive, that were discouraged, were incentivized to look for a job. So we see unemployment increasing, but unemployment is searching for a job. That's the official definition. So what we see here is a switch from inactivity to looking for a job. You can see the outcomes. People did find better jobs, jobs that they liked more. We did not really make any difference in terms of, for those that were employed, they kept employed. So the fact that we are very close to zero means this is not any statistically significant effect. So the students kept being students, people on a job kept being on a job. We did not change any of this. What we did change is people's increasing willingness to look for jobs, and as I showed you, to get better jobs. Now, residency status. As I showed you, the most popular section in our app was learning how to apply for legal migrant status. And that's the big effect over there. It's really very significant. Okay, so people were much more likely with this information app in hand to apply and to look for information on how to get regular status. The effect on actually becoming a resident, a legal resident, well, this was smaller, but this does not depend on them. It depends on the immigration service, which have well, some challenges, let's say, to report in a timely manner. Okay, so this is some positive outcomes as well. And we measured indirectly. Okay, so we respected the confidentiality of people. We did not ask individually, but we did an indirect experiment to measure the prevalence of not holding a legal residence permit. And this was 39 of our samples. This means that when we did this, which was in 2021, okay, actually 39% of our sample of residents, of Cape Verdeans in Portugal did not have the legal residence permit, okay, which partly reflects lack of information and partly reflects the lack of capacity from the immigration services to provide it in a timely manner. But the app helped, and I think that's a positive message as well. And now aspirations and expectations. So here we have different measures. So one thing that we did right after people got the app was asking people whether they agreed with this statement. So, first statement, Cape Verdean immigrants can be successful in Portugal. Nothing, because we see the lines crossing zero. It means it's more positive, but maybe that's just because they are trying to be nice to us. And so nothing really changed there in a significant manner. The same thing when you ask them if you agree that the Cape Verde has examples of people who are successful in Portugal. So the effects are not really significant immediately after they got the app, which I think is. But then, when we asked them over time, this time period after the intervention, up to 1.5 years, we do see that their aspirations and expectations, so aspirations is what they ideally like to obtain in 10 years, and expectations is what they actually think they are to get in years, and both of these are increasing. And I should say that this is, in my view, the empowerment effect of information. Because when people have information, when they start doing better because they get regular status, or at least they know how to get there, when they find better jobs, they feel empowered and they aspire to more. And so, one of the lessons from our work is that it's much more effective to have people aspire to more, to do more, and empower them than just watch to know that other people have, because they have actual barriers, namely in the access to information, that are much stricter constraints on how well they do than the inspiration on its own. Okay, so I think that's one of the big messages that we learn from this. So let me summarize, and then I'll talk about Cape Verde, and then you'll have a break from me. So summary: what we learn from here, that this app, this Morabeza app, increase job search behavior. Migrants went from being inactive and discouraged to look for jobs. Okay, first positive impact and significant. Then we also see improvements in the job quality, because with this information they are now searching for jobs and they are actually switching to better jobs that make them happier. They are also better able to navigate the legal system, which is complicated if you don't have some kind of support. Um, and well, we see that the requests increase and marginally that they are obtained, but this does not depend on them. One result that I did not show because it's not statistically very strong is that these migrants also get closer contact with native born Portuguese. Okay, this is something that relates to the study that we were presenting yesterday, where students, higher education students, college students in Portugal reported that it was hard to make Portuguese friends, much easier to find the other Africans and be friends with them, right? And so here it's a bit the same, but one thing that we saw is that labor market, the job is a powerful way of getting to enlarge a social network. So if you get a better job, you can perhaps get closer contact with native born Portuguese. We see this here. It's not a very strong effect, but it is there. Yeah, I could discuss it more, but let's me leave it at that. And then finally, this empowerment effect. Okay, I think this is a big lesson, one that I think made me learn about this process, which is information can be empowering. People that have information to act upon, that can find jobs, that can get regular status, they are empowered to aspire to more. And so I think this is actually a result that I learned and that I'm quite pleased to observe. So now, what happens to the families of these migrants that are in Portugal, that got the app, that are now better integrated? Okay, so this is the original angle on the old literature, or not old, okay, it has 20 years literature, on the brain gain, on the positive impacts of emigration in the home country. Skip. So just to say that who were the contacts here in Cape Verde? Mostly parents and siblings. Okay, so the big numbers here: 32% were parents, 33% were siblings. So those are the big numbers. Others are other families, other relative members. Yeah, on average, here in Cape Verde, the family members were 37 years old, and they had, at, on average, 10 years of education. They were slightly more likely to be female, and only 20% were married. 60% of these people were working for pay, mostly as employees, most of them also without permanent contracts. On average, they worked also 27 hours per week, so part-time as well, and earned about 225 euros per month. So again, this is 2021. And then in context, this is important, right? Because to show how closely connected the migrants were with their families, and everyone is talking daily. Okay, so these are really close contacts. People in Portugal are talking almost daily to their parents or siblings. So this is something we saw. And in terms of remittances, they actually report that half are receiving remittances and about 165 euros per year. Okay, now, interestingly, because this will be our outcomes, 72% of the people here in Cape Verde reported they had voted in the previous elections, and 74% on average supported this, which is gender equality in decision making within the household. This is very long and complicated. It just means people who should decide on what is purchased in a household? Who should decide on where the family goes? Who decides which house to buy? Uh, do people support equal decision making? Okay, do the female and male will talk together or not? And so this is our definition of gender equality here. Whether people think it should be just one gender or both making decisions within the family. Okay, so that's the setting. And then in terms of immigration intentions, you will not be surprised with these numbers. 73% of these migrants wanted to emigrate, but not all to Portugal. Okay, so 73% wanted to go somewhere outside of Cape Verde, 56% to Portugal. Okay, but and 40%, so 4 out of 10 people actually had done something to do it, to prepare, look for information, have savings to migrate. So 4 out of 10 people said they had done something towards migrating. These are the family members here. Okay. And so our question, focusing not on the money. Money I'll show you, but it's not a strong result. Okay, so where we see strong results is actually on politics and gender equality. So let me show you. Voting behavior. What we see here in this this point estimate here, clearly above 0, is that the family members of immigrants that had received the app and were working more, they were also voting more here in Cape Verde. Okay, to understand how this worked, we went to Portugal and we looked for voting data in Portugal, in the regions where these migrants were living. And so what we did was, let's see if it makes a difference whether these migrants are living in areas where people vote more relative to areas where people vote less. Because the hypothesis here is that immigrants, when they are better integrated, because they have jobs where they meet other people in the region, they have better schedules. So actually, they know people where they live. They are not always working. Okay, they will absorb these norms and transfer them to their family members with whom they talk daily. Okay, and so this is exactly what we see. We see that the effects are concentrated in immigrants living in areas where people are voting more in Portugal. Okay, so we had the elections just before this survey. We saw if they were voting more often or less, or what was the participation rate in Portugal by the eligible voters. And in areas where migrants were residing, where people were voting more, this behavior transferred back here. Okay, in areas where people were not voting that much in Portugal, here the effect is not even significant. Okay, so it's close to 0. So this is one effect. So where we see that, it matters how people are doing, how immigrants are doing at destination in their transfer of norms back to their family members. Okay, I should say that there is already a literature showing that being close to migrants that are in more democratic areas translates. Okay, so we did this work here for Cape Verde, comparing regions that had more and less migrants. We saw the exact same thing, and we also had related work, say in Mozambique, where we found the exact same thing, and many others have done that in different geographies. So, almost to finish, gender norms. Okay, so here again we see a positive impact. The family members of immigrants that are better integrated in Portugal, that receive the app, seem to be having more positive views, or I mean, that's my bias, sorry, more equalitarian views in terms of inter-household decision making. Okay, and so that's exactly that first bullet that we see there, or this first positive point. Then we asked again, we want to understand more about how this is happening. And so we look at different people, different groups of people within the. And so here, actually, it's not the migrants. So we look at the characteristics of the family members here in Cape Verde. Let's compare who changed their views. Was it the young or the old? And we see it's the young. Okay, the family members here, the siblings that are under 30 years of age, those are the are changing their views. When we look at older people, say the parents that stay behind, I mean, it doesn't change them. Okay, it's harder to have these older family members change their views on gender equality if they are older. Okay, then we compared males and females. Who is changing their views? And here it is males. Okay, the family members, the male family members here are those that are changing, presumably because At baseline, they had less egalitarian views. Women are not significantly changed. Okay, so again, what we are seeing here is this evidence that when immigrants are better integrated destination, they will learn better the norms at destination and transfer them back home. But not everyone is equal, which we know, of course. The family members that absorb these norms are the youngers, which are more malleable, and the males. I don't show the big tables. So in terms of time, we should finish. Just to say that the contacts did not change. We were talking daily, they kept talking daily. That did not change. Sorry for the table. But it's just to say that what seems to have changed is the content of the communication, not the frequency of contacts. People just kept talking daily as before. Financial remittances, because you might want to know, it did not really change. Sorry, I don't have the graph here. I just look at the first line. It's basically a zero effect, slightly negative in terms of value, but it's not really a statistically effect that we trust in. So the effect is really on immaterial remittances. So let me just discuss and conclude. So what we seem to show here is that this Morabeza information treatment was helpful. It seems that it reveals that there was an information constraint for immigrants, that they could not, they needed better information, namely on these fronts of how to get regular migrant status and how to look, search, and be able to switch jobs. Okay, so these are the two gaps that we see moving, and then we see them having more regular status, or at least attempts to get more regular status. We see them getting jobs they are happy with, and this empowerment effect of having better aspirations because they're actually doing better. And then the second part of the paper, as I discussed, we also see that the fact that immigrants are doing better at destination transmits back home because they are better integrated, they learn about some norms, and then when they talk daily, especially with maybe their siblings or younger family members, the family members here also seem to think that maybe it is worth for me to go voting. Maybe maybe there should be more equality in the household making decisions. So these are then the two ones. And so, the policy implication is quite easy because especially, and I did not mention, but we had the sponsorship of OutSystems, which provided us this app for free without the cost of developing app, but the cost is not that high. For a government, this should be something that is relatively low cost, easy to replicate and reach many people. And so the policy implication in this case is not very hard in the sense that migrants seem to have an informational gap. If you can translate official information into materials that are helpful for them, easy to understand, well, we can have sizable impact both at the destination and at the origin. And so with this positive message, I leave you for questions and discussion. I'm not sure if now or after, in the interest of time. Thank you.
Uh, we thank Dr. Katia Batista for the presentation, but I give a time for the Vice Dean he, to leave us because we have a meeting now. Thank you. It was a very good presentation, but we will follow with the other two presentation, and after we will open the discussion. It's very important that we keep on time. Now with our second speaker. Um, just a moment to see. We will call Pedro Freitas, Dr. Pedro Freitas. He will talk about providing information at origin, experimental evidence on migration intention and decision from Cape Verde. I will present Dr. Pedro Freitas. He is a postdoctoral research associate at the What Works Hub for Global Education, Blavatnik School of Government, University of Oxford. He is also an external research affiliate at the Nova SB Economics of Education Knowledge Center. His research have been focusing on economics of education, labor economics, and public economics. You have the floor. You have 30 minutes for the presentation. Um, you want you want me to do it? Okay. Oh, it's great. Yeah, it will.
Okay. So, hi everyone. Good morning. Well, it's really nice to be here, and I would like to extend all the greetings that Katia already did. Thanks a lot for having us here in Universidade de Cabo Verde. So this work that I'm going to present today, it's also here on Cape Verde, and well, Katia presented a work about migrants that are already in Portugal, and here our focus will be on migrants that or potential migrants that are still in Cape Verde, and particularly the ones that want to migrate to study. And let me start to motivate this work. So actually, one of the fastest growing flows of migration worldwide is migration to study. Actually, in 2000, there was a stock of international student migrants of 2 million. And in 2020, this jumped to 6.4 million. So this is a huge increase of a flow of migration that is more and more important. And of course, this is of most interest because this migration to study can be seen by the students as a way to integrate better in foreign labor markets. And also for the countries of origin, it can be an important channel of development. Well, Katia already elaborated here a lot on the brain gain, brain drain hypothesis and on the gains that the families and the ones that remain in the countries of origin can have from these migration flows and from this contact with migrants in their families. So I was elaborating on the importance of the flow of student migrants, how it's important from a private point of view, since the students can have a pathway for the labor markets, particularly in the countries of destination. Actually, in sub-Saharan Africa, the flows of students migrants are really important. In 2020, they've mounted to 400,000. And of course, at the country of origin, this is also an important channel for development, exactly building on the brain gain, brain drain hypothesis that Katia extensively talked about. When I look at this on this migration flow, something that should worry us from a policy point of view is that many times these students, when they arrive at destination countries and they enroll in higher education, their graduation rates end up to be quite low. For example, data from France, we see that the overall tertiary completion rate is 75%, which means that 3 out of 4 students on average in French universities finish their degrees. But actually, when we look at students from Maghreb countries, this share falls to 54%. And in Portugal, we witness a similar situation with migrant students. So overall, in Portugal, our completion rate of tertiary education is 68%. So if you want, almost 7 out of 10 students that start a degree in a Portuguese university finish it. But actually, when we look at students from Cape Verde, this share falls to 36%, which means that the majority of the Cape Verdean students that enroll in higher education institutions in Portugal don't get their degree, which means that we have a flow of young people that go to Portugal with the intention to study, with the intention to get a degree, and unfortunately, they don't. And actually, when we look at the dropout rate at the end of the first year, on average, for Portuguese students, 6% of Portuguese students drop out at the end of the first year in university. However, this rate more than doubles for Cape Verdean students, and it's 17%. So what we see here is that we have a very important migration flow that has a lot of potential for young migrants because they face this as an opportunity to improve their human capital, to have access in another labor market, to improve their skills. But at the same time, many times this doesn't happen. And what we see, and actually yesterday we had this incredibly nice meeting in a school here in Praia, in which we presented some of this data to teachers, to school principals, to people from the ministry, and we all agreed on this lack of information before taking these decisions. And we all agreed that many times these students have over optimistic view about what they will face when they go to Portugal. And it's exactly this that we want to tackle with this research, with this research work, is how can we improve the information that these students have when they are still in Cape Verde? How this stronger level of information can lead them to better and more informed decisions. And we'll see that's not an easy thing to do. Um, uh, Let me move forward. So our question is, can information campaigns change migration decisions? So we will provide information on higher education systems both in Portugal and in Cape Verde. So we'll show these students the trade-offs between staying in Cape Verde at university level or going to Portugal. And actually, this decision is not just about university degrees, it's not just about probabilities of graduation, about scholarships, but it's about the daily life, right? Because when you migrate to a different country, you face a lot of challenges. And we are also providing to the students information about the living conditions in Portugal, for example, the costs, the weather. And we have included this because we have, when we were designing this project, we had a lot of conversations with Cape Verdean students in Portugal, and actually, one of the things that came up always after 5 minutes is that it's a cold country compared with Cape Verde, which is quite normal. And of course, other things like transports. So basically, what we are doing is an RCT. So basically, what we have done was an experiment in which we have provided some students in Cape Verde with information about Portugal and about universities in Portugal and about living conditions in Portugal. And then we are going to compare the decisions of the students that received this information with the decisions of those that did not receive this information. So basically, what we are trying to answer is, how does this information make a difference for the students, for their decisions, for their passes after high school here in Cape Verde? Of course, we are focusing on a relevant Africa-Europe corridor. It's the corridor between Cape Verde and Portugal. And actually, this was quite a broad study in the sense that we've included all students in the 12th grade here in Cape Verde. Was in 2022. So basically, we are talking about 4,000 students from 42 schools in 8 islands. So, regarding the literature. Okay, regarding the literature, so Katia made a very nice overview about this literature, and she knows all this by heart. But just to frame where we are contributing here. So basically, there is a branch of literature that tries to see how changes in tuitions and visa rules attract less or more students. So, if we look at different countries that have been changing rules regarding visas and tuitions, and how easy it is for students to apply to certain universities, all this changes migration flows. And here I will also add the work that we've also done here in Cape Verde that was recently published, in which we tried to understand how students in Cape Verde react when they are given different scenarios. What does this mean? We have tried to measure how students wish to migrate more or less, if they see a scenario when they will migrate to Portugal and graduate for sure, or they will migrate to Portugal, but they will graduate not for sure, but just with a lower probability of that to happen. We also told the students, imagine that you go to Portugal and you have a full scholarship. Imagine that you go to Portugal and you don't have any scholarship, and you try to see how their willingness to migrate, how their wish to go to Portugal has changed according to different scenarios, to different hypothetical scenarios. Then, of course, all this literature about provision of information and migration decisions. So basically, how providing information to migrants change their willingness to migrate. Particularly, there is a branch of literature that looks at irregular migrants, and actually, if they are more informed about the likelihood that they will actually reach their destination country, the conditions that they will see at the countries of destination, how this changes their decisions. And of course, I will not elaborate much more on this because Katya also talked about this. So immigration of high-skilled students is always a hot topic in this discussion between the brain drain or brain gain hypothesis. And there is a realm of literature around this. Actually, there is a very nice review of the literature that was recently published and engages exactly in this discussion. So our contribution is we are providing to a population, to a specific population, more information about what they will face when they migrate. And particularly, we are providing information to a population that has a very high willingness to migrate. Because the students here in Cape Verde, and we'll see that in a minute, they really want to go to Portugal, or they really want to migrate. And we are providing information to a set of students, to a population that shows a high, very high willingness to migrate. And particularly, we are focusing on students. And actually, Marcelo, that will present later today, we were discussing a minute ago that this is a very important migration flow, but an understudied one. So there's a lot of research to be done about this flow of migration and how to integrate these students and how to prepare better these students and how to inform the students about what they will face when they migrate. And we want to measure the impact on the decision of applying to university in Portugal and in Cape Verde. We'll also measure if the information that we've given them affects the steps taken in preparation for migration. And this is an important disclaimer. This is a work in progress. Actually, part of the reason also why we are here is because this is a work in progress, and we want to understand other dimensions, particularly how this information affected the academic success later in higher education, or even here before they decide to migrate. So this is nothing new. So basically, as you can see, and as you all know, Cape Verde is a country with a long history of migration, not to São Tomé these days, but mainly to Europe, and particularly to Portugal. On this slide, I would just frame this last point because I think it's an important one and actually distinguishes a little bit Cape Verde from other contexts. So in other contexts, there's really this discussion about foundational literacy and numeracy. This is not really the discussion here because we have a very high literacy rate here in Cape Verde, but there is these challenges when we look to higher levels of education, when we look at high school, when we look at university degrees. There are important discussions, particularly this one about students that after high school wish to migrate to other countries. So actually, we have here data led to 2021 because this was an experiment that we ran in 2022. So basically, all the information that we used to inform this experiment was collected until 2021. And actually, what you can see is that, so these are different school years from 13-14 to 2021. And what you can see is that the amount of students enrolled for the first time in Portugal that are Cape Verdeans and that did the high school in Cape Verde is really increasing. So this is a migration flow on the rise, clearly. And what is also interesting in Portugal is that they are a little bit spread everywhere, but there are really clusters of Cape Verdean student migrants in Portugal. For example, in the very up north of the country, in the inner land, there's a very significant Cape Verdean migrant population there. So, which means that it's not just a story about the big cities. It's not just about Lisbon and Porto. It's a little bit about everywhere. And this is particularly interesting because it brings different challenges, right? Because moving to Cape Verde to innerland Portugal, it's challenging because it's such a different it's such a different context. And just to let you know that the most demanded degrees by these students are management and computer engineering. Sorry, they are the graphics cutting the sentence. So regarding the experimental setting, so basically this is a randomized controlled trial. So basically, schools were randomly assigned to treatment or control groups. So basically, here in Cape Verde, some schools were a treatment group and some schools were a control group. And what does this mean? So basically, the control group was provided like a placebo video. So, like Katya was saying, is like we are providing information that is, you know, quite well known by the students already, and we've provided some information about college and labor market here in Cape Verde. So, something that is closer to them, something that is close to their reality here. And then on the treatment group, we have provided information on through a video, and this video included returns to college and cost of living and climate in Portugal, as well as some testimonies of Cape Verdeans in Portugal. It clearly contrasts the challenges and opportunities between Portugal and Cape Verde. It includes information about the most chosen courses among Cape Verdeans in Portugal. And also at the end, we had links to redirect the students to official information, both from the Portuguese Ministry of Education and from the Cape Verdean Ministry of Education. So basically, what was the difference between the control and the treatment is that to the treatment students, we have made it salient, we have made it clear what were the differences between Cape Verde and Portugal. And we wanted to understand how the students reacted to these differences between Portugal and Cape Verde. So basically, this is just a snapshot. I have a couple of snapshots from the video. So basically, this is of course in Portuguese, but on the left-hand side, it's the returns on the labor market in Cape Verde for someone with a high school degree or with a college degree. And on the right-hand side, we have the same information, but for Portugal. And here, the information for Portugal, it's not average values for Portugal. It's the values for Portugal for Cape Verdean workers. So basically, we're really trying to show the students how much are their expected wages if they stay or if they go. And also, just another snapshot on the weather. So basically, we have made a contrast between what are the averages temperatures in Cape Verde against what are averages temperature in Portugal. And let me just highlight. So we have included Lisbon, but we have also included Bragança, that is this city in the very up north in Portugal, in innerland, where more than 2,000 Cape Verdean migrant students live. And it's quite a different context from Lisbon, particularly. It's one of the coldest places in the country. So this is really a detail, but I will just highlight that when we have built our sample. So Cape Verde is not a very large country, but has some specificities. So we included the fact that we have included 2 private schools. We have taken into account that the municipality of Santiago is not the municipality of Paia in the island of Santiago is as a high concentration of students. So we had in account the sizes of the schools, the sizes of the municipalities when we were building this sample. It's really a technicality, and I'm happy to discuss it further. So what have we done? So basically, this is our model, but just translating it. So basically, we have measured how the exposure to our video on Portugal versus Cape Verde affected the choice of whether to apply to college in general, how to apply to college in Cape Verde, and how to apply to college in Portugal. Okay, so basically, we want you to understand how the exposure to our video changes these decisions of whether to stay or whether to go. And we also consider that an outcome of our work, the steps taken in preparation for migration, because since we are providing more information to these kids, not kids, but almost 18-year-olds, about the challenges that they will face, if this changes somehow the the preparation for for migration. So if they put more effort in preparing to go to Portugal. Uh, all good? Yeah. So in terms of outcome measurement, so we have several measures. So we have short-run intentions. So basically, we have asked to these students. So just to give you an example of what was our typical day in the school. So we went there, we ran a survey to the students. We showed the video to the control group, just a video about Cape Verde, to the treatment group, a video about Cape Verde, but also about Portugal. And right after they are exposed to this video, right after they see it, we ask their intentions about migration. So we want to see how they immediately react to the information that they are being provided. And also then we have real applications to Portugal. This has been really challenging because students from Cape Verde, they don't go to Portugal just from a unique channel, right? So, and Cape Verdeans here probably are quite aware of this. So there is information that is in the Direção-Geral de Ensino Superior here in Cape Verde. There are vacancies in Portuguese universities that came from agreements between municipalities here in the country and universities in Portugal. There are ONGs that actually there are NGOs, sorry, that have special agreements with Portuguese universities. For example, there is this very well-known organization in Portugal, Associação Maiense, that has an agreement with Portuguese universities to allow students to enroll in Portugal. So one of the challenges for us is this is quite a scattered picture. So students don't go through a unique way. They can go to Portugal through very different channels, and we are trying to understand where these students are when they finish high school and try to understand if they really wanted to apply to Portugal through the different possibilities that they have. And actually, we have also ran a follow-up survey through phone and email that was conducted between October and December 2024. So around a year after they enrolled in university. So basically, we have looked at the students in 2022, 2023. Then in 2023, 2024, it was their first year at university, whether here or in Portugal. So after this first year of university, we've tried to recontact these students and to understand where they are. Regarding the steps taken to prepare migration, we have made 4 or 5 different questions. If you talked with someone living in Portugal, if you looked for information, if you saved, if you start taking care of the visa, and if you already knows where to stay. So clear, concrete steps that these students have to take if they want to go to Portugal. They will eventually have to go through all this, and we want to understand how many steps were already taken. So this is just a bit overcrowded table, but just what is here is basically measured a lot of things regarding these students. So their gender, their age, if they are Cape Verdeans, if they were born in Cape Verde, in which island, if they want to apply to college, if they have already lived abroad, if they already lived in Portugal, if they wish to migrate, if they took already some steps to migrate, if they know someone in Portugal, if their mother lives with them, if their father lives with them. So basically, it's a set of information that characterizes the students and their families and their households. And this table just tells us that it's really important that we are doing this work between the treatment and control group, meaning between the ones that received information about Portugal and the ones that have not received. They are very comparable in the sense that they came from similar families, they came from similar schools, their characteristics are similar. And basically what this table is saying is that they are similar. So basically this is telling that we have provided information to some students about Portugal, and they are quite comparable to the ones that we have not provided this same information. So now we had this question about, do you want to go to college after high school? And 96% of the Cape Verdean students in the 12th grade say that they want to go to college. So actually, this is a number that we have showed yesterday in this event in the school, and this is quite good news. It means that we have students finishing high school in Cape Verde and that really desire to stay in school and to keep studying. And this is really good. Of course, we have to be aware that the students that reach the 12th grade are already a selection of students. There are many students that dropped out into the 12th grade. But the ones that get there, they want to keep going. But then what also this share tells us, that just 18% of the students want to study in Cape Verde. So from the students that say that they want to go to college, just a very small share says that they want to do it here. And then we ask them if they want to do it abroad. 93% say they wanted to do it abroad. And 88% say that they want to do it in 86% say that they want to do it in Portugal. So you see the big difference between the share of students that say that they want to apply to college in Portugal and the share of students that want to apply in Cape Verde. And particularly, something that it's also important is that we have a lot of students that want to go to Portugal, but actually many of their expectations regarding what they will face are over-optimistic. Let me give you two numbers. So we asked the students, so imagine 10 Cape Verdean students go to higher education in Portugal, how many complete it? And actually they say average 5.2. But the reality is 3.6. And actually, we also asked them 10 Cape Verdean students enter higher education in Portugal, how many receive a scholarship? Their expectation is 4.4. Reality is 1.3. So you see that students are, it's important to frame that these were questions that were asked at the beginning of the 12th grade. So when they are really on the eve of taking a decision about what they will do in the next year. So when what we can see is that months is away from finishing high school, months is away from potentially starting an application process to go to Portugal, their expectations are off regarding what they will potentially face. And it's exactly this information gap that somehow we tried to shrink. Just also say that we also ask the student, so imagine take 10 Cape Verdean students that go to higher education here in Cape Verde. What is your expectation regarding the probability of completing it? And they said that 6 out of 10 students are expected to graduate. Then we can talk here with the people from University of Cape Verde of how well aligned is this expectation. So let me show you. We showed the students the video. And after the video, we have run 4 questions, 4 that is like 6, that ask them how much they paid attention to the video. So basically, how much they can reproduce the information that they've just said. Because we have asked them about what is the wage of a high school graduate in Cape Verde, what is the wage of a college graduate in Cape Verde and in Portugal, what are the 3 most demanded degrees in Cape Verde, on average, what is the cost of studying in college in Portugal per month. And we have asked this because all this was information that was in the video that they were just showed. And let me just show you. So these are the number of correct answers. So basically we have here students that didn't write any of that. Here students that one write 2, 3, 4, 6, 5. 4, 5, 6. And what you can see here are two columns. In blue, it's the control group. It's the group that we have not showed the information to. And the red is the treatment one, so the one that was shown information about Portugal. And you can clearly see that the share of students that get 4, 5, or 6 questions right is higher in treatment than in control. Actually, at least 3 questions right. In treatment, we have 76% of the students, and in control, we have 66%. And this is just reassuring in the sense that some of the information that we've provided in the video was absorbed by the students, which means that when they were asked right after about the information that they've just seen, actually they got much of this information right. Now, after the video, we've asked them immediately about, now we've seen this, so we've seen this video. After, what is your intention to apply to college? And you see that between the ones that received information on Portugal and the ones that did not, we see a very small increase on the desire to go to college. And actually, it's something important. We're already talking about a very high rate of students that want to go to college. 96% of the students already want to go to college. So we are, and if they are provided this information about Cape Verde versus Portugal, there is a small increase of 1 percentage point on the intention to go to college. Then we have asked about applying to Cape Verde. And actually, we have given information to these students contrasting Portugal and Cape Verde, in which it's very salient that the graduation rate in Portugal was 36%, when it was salient the financial limitations that they may face. But still, we see a fall in the wish to apply to Cape Verde around 2 and 3 percentage points right after the video. So these students are showed more precise information about the contrast between Portugal and Cape Verde, and they actually accentuate their wish to not stay in Cape Verde. And actually, on the contrary, when you look at the probability of applying to Portugal, you see that we have a small increase in the wish to go to Portugal between 1 and 2 percentage points. And actually, this is important, and we had this discussion also yesterday at school, because of course migration, it's a very deep cultural phenomenon here in Cape Verde, and clearly, even after showing this information that shows contrasts between staying and going, that actually it's information that is less optimistic than the one that the students, that the priors, that the beliefs that the students had before. They still want to go to Portugal, and they still prefer to Portugal at a higher rate. And actually, then we had just a broad question about applying abroad, and also when we look at applying abroad, not just Portugal, but everywhere. And we had a list of countries. Actually, the list of countries was informed by the countries that we know are important in terms of these migration flows. It includes Brazil, Luxembourg, France, and actually there's also a small increase in the share of students that want to go to abroad, to other countries that not just Portugal. Now, the other outcome is, where are the students in the next year? And as I said, this is really scattered information. One of the works that we've tried to do was to grab this information from several sources. And actually, from our totally of 4,000 students, we can so far get 952 students that we can see that they've applied to Portugal, or in the year after, or 2 years after. And that's also something important, because we can clearly see that students may apply in the year right after the 12th grade, but they may also apply 2 years later. So it's not something that happened immediately, that may not happen immediately after, but take some time until they apply. And here we have also have our follow-up survey that covers 2,000 students off of 4,000. And actually, this is just to show that we could follow up students bothly in control and treatment groups. So this is really a detail. Now, we don't find sizable effects on the probability of applying to Portugal between the ones that received on information on Portugal and the ones that did not, which means that we've provided the students information. Right after the information video, they told us that they wish to go more to Portugal, and actually they go as the same as the ones that have not received any information. So our video, at least in this sample that we are building, does not show higher desire to stay in Cape Verde or less desire to go to Portugal. They go as much as the others. If we use just data from the follow-up survey, in the follow-up survey, we've tried to see if the students took further steps to migrate, and here we also don't find sizable effects in the sense that using just information from the ones that we could follow 1 year after, that we could contact 1 year after through email and through phone, we don't see changes in the number of steps that they took in preparation for migration. So what are the main takeaways of the work? It's still a work in progress and that will develop further. So migration to study, it's really important flow of migration. These students are often poorly informed about what they will face at the countries of destination. We see that when we provide them more accurate information, actually it does not mean that they will wish to migrate less. Actually, we see the contrary in our short-run effects. And actually, we see that on actually applications, the share of students that want to go to Portugal, even if they were provided more accurate information, did not change much. What we are trying to do now is to actually collect more information, particularly collect further data on applications to Portugal, but also to other countries. So, because we know that other countries are also an important destination for the students. So, and what are the other countries that are applying to? We are able to link our data with potentially with the official administrative, with the official registries of the students in higher education institutions in Portugal. So what we want to understand is that in which higher education institutions are the students, how successful they were when they enrolled in higher education in Portugal, and finally we want to understand how the exposure to our video affected their performance at the end of high school. Thanks a lot.
We thank Dr. Pedro Freitas for the presentation. I think he lets us with a lot of question marks that we after will try to answer and to discuss. There is a lot of things to discuss when we are talking about education, migration in Cape Verde, and I think that we are in the place to discuss this in the University of Cape Verde. For our last conferences, I am going to call our colleague from here from the University of Cape Verde, that we will have a perspective, a Cape Verdean perspective from the migration issue. And I am going to call Dr. Zinaida Late, that is our colleague here. She's going to talk about youth and immigration in Cape Verde in the discussion after with the two presenters. She's a PhD in business administration from the University of Minho, Portugal. She's an assistant professor of business in the School of Business and Governance at the University of Cape Verde, the director of the Cabinet of Study and Planning at the same university, and a member of the administration board of the Banco Interatlantic. She has served as the dean of the school in the past and as a member of the board for the Correios de Cabo Verde. I asked the three three people to come here and join us for the discussion. Please. Um, just, need to be. I'm sorry, we had to find chair for our panelists and conferences. Um, I think that here we had a lot of saying the works that have been done. We have to thank the researcher from the Nova Business School for their research about the immigration and education in Cape Verde. It's very important for us to have information, real information from where to go around. I think that the presentation that they did yesterday with the Minister of Education and with the high school in Cape Verde may leave a point. Of course, that I am going to pass the floor to Professor Zinaida late, and after we will open the floor for the discussion because there is a lot of things. I will do a summing of all that was said here and after. Okay, Professor, you have.
I'll try in English. First of all, thank you very much for this invitation. In fact, it was a surprise for me. So I will do my best. Um, and according to our dean of the school, business school of our business school, um, these two presentations, they were in fact I believe that they will be in fact useful, very useful for us, for I don't know. Só aproximar, okay. They will be very useful for political decision here in Cape Verde because we have to see what's going on, what we can do. I don't know if the good ways to change the minds of our people, the young people. I don't know if it is this way, but we have to see if we can do something different and try to change their minds to study here in Cape Verde at our university, or we have to do more. The government, with Portugal governance, what they can do together for how can I say, to help them to finish, in the case of people who are going to study, to finish their study there, to see the condition. The information is very, 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 very important. They have to know because they have this, let us say, uh, an illusion, illusion. If they go to other country, I don't know if because we live in an island and we want to to see and to know other countries, uh, other context, to see many stuff different that we can't see here in our country because of our the dimension and our economic situation. Um, so I believe that any Caverdian, uh, even in from other countries too, we want to discover new realities, um, um, to face another challenge. Um, yeah, I believe that's it's what we desire in fact. So this they brought very useful outcomes that we have to think on them and to do what and to see what uh, um, to better help our young people.
We thank Professor Zenaida Late for the intuitive discussion that we are having. I think that you know today in Cape Verde the debate on migration is a very essential issue. When we see that we had in the past very high flux of migration because of the condition the country was facing. And now we had it again. The 3 last years. If you see, for instance, 2022, after the pandemics, 22, 23, and 24, the amount of people that went away from the country, uh, was huge. Only in 2024, there is some estimate that say that more than 40,000 young people went out from Cape Verde. There is some estimate, only in 1 year. But the issue here that is very important, what is very important here is that we are trying to connect education and migration, you know, and we are in the house of education in Cape Verde. This is the very important thing. I think that we have something to discuss. I have some saying about it, but I will let it for the people that are present here to talk first. But I would like to let it know, the methodology that was used. I like it. In here I talk about as an econometrist. I like econometrics. So treatment methodology is very good, and I see that both of the study was able to use it very well, and use both information from both country, concentrating, of course, in Cape Verde and Portugal, but with the eyes in the other country that Cape Verdean normally go. Um, after I pass the floor, I think that I have to pass the floor for who is willing to talk about this issue. It's a big issue. It's a big issue today in Cape Verde, the immigration issue and the education issue. And the question come: is students want to go to study abroad because the education system in Cape Verde is not the ideal? There is a lot of this is one of the issue, and me as an academic in Cape Verde, I will answer that question after. And there is other issue. Students from high school want to go to study abroad because it's not the study. The study is a way of migration. They use education for migration. Today, education is a way of to go out because we are islanders. We our eyes is always in the horizon. Uh, Alain Dumar, how to say, and beyond the sea is the hope of better life for the islanders. So there is a lot of question that we may ask here, and I hope our panelists and people that are here that also are researching in this area may help us to answer. So you have the floor. I have to go out from here to give you the. the- mm.
Thank you. So I wanted to focus more on migration and less so on education, although obviously education is important, just sort of from a macro perspective. I like to say that one of the most important unknown facts is that population is not growing in Cabo Verde since 2010. So you wouldn't guess that from the projections, both by the government and by international partners. So we are complicit or responsible for not facing up to reality. If you look at where population fell the most, it actually is in the younger age groups, which suggests that it's largely due to the decline in fertility. Obviously, there is a counterfactual loss of population from migration that you cannot directly observe, but most of the decline is at younger cohorts. We just saw from the presentation that there is evidence from administrative records that migration is increasing from the education data that was showed before. Um, it is really hard to get data because of the rules allowing migrants to quickly become dual citizens, and then they exit some of these statistics. And I think that the demographic situation in Portugal with the aging of the population is going to increase the tendency for uh, Cabo Verdeans to migrate. And as I like to say, it's not that the government necessarily is doing something wrong, because the difference in GDP or income per capita level is so big. This will keep happening no matter how fast the Cabo Verdean economy grows. Um, I think the most worrisome part of this is that the social security system is a pay as you go system. So we have been urging IMPS and the government to update its actuarial study, which is still based on um, all population projections that don't even incorporate the latest census, the 2022 census, because the sustainability of the system is in a more precarious situation than is currently thought. We have also urged them to review their investment policy because they have a lot of very low earning assets, mostly in the form of bank deposits, and also to devise a strategy to contain expenditures. Now, I want to come back to the labor market. So the problem is the contribution rate is very high. It's 24.5%. And this only finances retirement and supplementary health. So if you compare to other countries, 24.5 is extremely high. So you have a system that cannot increase the contribution rate because it's going to discourage the growth of employment, and particularly for young graduates. Some of the categories of expenditure are growing at two-digit rates, so 10% and higher, and this is year on year. So the situation is really alarming from a I would say not even a long-term perspective, a medium-term perspective. So as I say, I mean, there's like has been said by Edmir, there's a lot of debate ongoing, and I think we need to acknowledge that the there needs to be a system similar to what Portugal has, where there is emigration from Portugal to other countries in Europe, and there needs to be immigration from other countries to Cabo Verde to complement the labor force. And I think it's welcome that the Minister of Family, Mr. Fernando Licio Freire, recently acknowledged that there is a deficit of mão de obra, and that they will need to prepare themselves to receive citizens from other countries to work. So I think that's, in my view, the future of Cabo Verde is the current model of Portugal. Thank you.
Um, I would like to have more 2 or 3 people. Please.
Okay. Maybe a question for Pedro. So very nice presentation. The paper is still in progress. So clearly, with your intervention, you correct some biases in a way that make us expecting that there will be less students going to Portugal. I was wondering whether the selection aspect is important here, because here you see that you have a counterintuitive results, but maybe you don't have the data on that. But it would be interesting, I think, to distinguish between those who have very high marks and those who have low marks, and see if this effect is driven by, let's say, the low mark people who are risk averse in, well, you inform them and maybe they expect it even worse than that, and maybe the effect that you have, the bias is in fact very selective. And so I wonder whether the information you provide is accounting for that. Do you have a positive selection among those who are in Portugal? And I wonder whether your intervention is affecting not only the average proportion of people who want to go to Portugal, but the average quality of these guys.
Thank you. Thank you. One more would be good, and then we will give the floor for Pedro and Katia. Please, one more.
Maybe I can ask something to Katia. It's more detailed, but I didn't. I don't know if you showed. I don't remember. If you asked the people what was their original reason to migrate to Portugal, so the people that you interview in Portugal, and what was the incidence of people that original migrated to study, and if this makes a change on your intervention.
Thank you. I think with this 3 intervention, we will pass the floor for the 2. We will follow instead we Katia start. We will go to Pedro and then go to Katia, if you don't mind.
Yes, I'll start with Katya. No. Oh, okay. So I will tackle Frederick's questions. Thanks a lot. So we had a set of 4 mass questions in the survey that don't bring us a lot of variation. So that don't allow us to really identify the high achievers and the low achievers. But I think that your point is really important. So it's okay. We can see this average effect that it's significant, but if it's different for students at different proficiency levels, that I think it was your point, and that's why I think we really need data on their performance at the end of high school, and actually tackling your second point, that is, if there was then a composition effect on the quality of the students that applied. That's why we are linking this data to the to the official registries of the students in Portugal at higher education level, and particularly to understand if these students apply to different institutions, to different degrees or not, because one of the parts of the video that I didn't highlight exactly because we still are still working on that information is that part of the video was about the requirements of certain degrees and institutions, because we talk about applying to higher education. Well, higher education is quite diverse, right? There are very good institutions that are very demanding in terms of the students that allow to get in, and others whose requirement levels are lower. And it would and actually one of the motivations for this work was that many times we observed in Portugal students going to certain institutions and degrees without the proper academic background to then succeed. And actually selection and composition effect to different institutions to different degrees will just be possible when we link the data from our survey, the administrative data of in higher education in Portugal, and to understand exactly if there is this change in where they're applying to and to what. Does this tackle your two questions? Yeah, yeah. Well, the effect exactly, but the effect of the y- yet working exactly. Actually, because the administrative data on the students. So these students were interviewed in 2022, 2023, which means that their first academic year in Portugal was potentially 2023, 2024, whose administrative data were released in July this year. So basically, this process of merging the data is happening now exactly because just now the consolidated administrative data was made available by the Portuguese ministry.
Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone, for being here and for your questions. And I don't have obviously answers, but being a macroeconomist by training, like Rodrigo in Chicago, I appreciate the background because this is important. Obviously, I mean, we here in our work we are describing impacts at a very micro level, but we know this can translate deeper. So in our case, the impacts that we show here are on, I mean, what is broadly called institutions, which we know is a macroeconomic determinant, but we are not doing this link. But it's very important to look then at the other macro impacts, namely the demographics, the implications for social security. And I agree with you that, well, when countries develop and they get richer, well, the patterns of workers they have an economy often imply that you have more immigration and some migration, because then what will happen is that people circulate a lot. And I think that's exactly what tends to happen in most high income countries. And that's where Cape Verde is fortunately heading to. So I think this is important to bear in mind as you think about all the macro implications. But I think it's still a positive story if you allow me. Then on the question that Anna was asking, I was just checking, and we did not ask why did you emigrate, because we know, I mean, there are visa issues, desirability biases. What we know is what people were doing when we first interviewed them, and 16% of our sample are students, and what we show is that our intervention does not change that. Okay, so we did not change the student status. Those that were students kept being students with more information, and they were 16% of our sample. So a sizable number, but not huge. I mean, most immigrants from Cape Verde in Portugal are there for work reasons. I think it's fair to say. We know health is also important motive, but that's more temporary. But in our sample, most are working. 66%, 16% are students. Thank you.
I will take the floor for some observation. I have some observation. Of course, that the macroeconomics issues pointed by Rodrigo are very important for the perspective of the country. You know, when we look at it from the perspective of the country, it's very important that we see, you know, immigration and immigration. You know, the you know, the substitution is they are not you know, they are not perfect substitute. That is, you know, in the when we talk about economically, they are not perfect substitute, because we are sending high school finisher, and when we are receiving maybe not high school finisher, because you know, this is one of the issue. And the other issue, you know, when we are talking about migration, and I am saying that is, I think when I meet with a countrymate in a bar, we are talking about, you know, the living of the people, not only high school students. We are talking about, you know, because immigration is in our DNA. In Cape Verde, that is, and in Cape, most of the islands, when I was studying in China, most of the islanders that were studying with me, they are people that, their dreaming was to go out of their country. And for us, this is a dreaming. And this is make me to make a small question here. Uh, Maybe they are studying, so maybe they are studying to go abroad because there is more program that that do advise publicity for studying abroad than institution that do advertisement for studying in the country. When I saw the results that Pedro was showing, for instance, here in Cape Verde, we have all the municipality, 22 municipality doing advertising for programs of to students go studying abroad. None of them do advertising of none of the higher education institution in Cape Verde. And we have the government, through um, Direção Geral de Ensino Superior, or higher education general direction. They also do the advertisement of all the institution abroad the country. Morocco, Austria, Australia, Portugal, France, all the institutions. So maybe although you present the information about how the country, how the situation, the economic situation, the housing situation that you present here, they are very important for the students. But there is other information that are arriving to the students, and I am asking. So there was a question about if they how much publicity they receive from institution abroad and from institution in the. This would be a very good question to, you know th- because there is more information, they receive more information from abroad than from in the country. This from a perspective from the University of Kevin, as a professor here, and as a person that go to the high school normally to talk with this. This is very important to see. The other issue, I saw a number here that is very important, the 3.6. The 3.6 number, that is a very important number when we see who enter and who after the first year continue, or who after the 4 years or 3 years in Portugal they finish. Um, and I saw a question about how about the students here. Now, normally here in the University of Cape, I'm talking about the University of Cape. I have the data in my computer there to be more precise. But the rate of completion of the course, it of course it depends of the areas. But it's above 76%. You see the rate of completion in this university from the students that enter from the first year, because economic condition is above 76. But I can give you the right data because I was working yesterday. I was working yesterday with data from this university. The, the data from this university. This is just to give you some. My question is about that, because immigration in Cape Verde, we have to, I think that we have to discuss in terms of culture. It's a cultural things, and a willing things. Everyone want to immigrate. If you go outside and you do a survey, you ask 10 people, maybe two don't want to go, or one, or all of them want to go. And I'm talking about people that have good job here. Have this starting to happen. People that are professor, policemen, that because the difference in salary between our country and other country, um, so this is a very important issue, that we connect immigration with education, but we have to connect immigration with the other macroeconomic factors and phenomenon that happen in the country. So my question, it was a very simple question, I think, but my observation that I did, I think, is also very good to to put that when we are working about immigration in Cape Verde, to have the cultural issue put it down. Thank you.
Um, yeah, I was thinking here. If you ask me, if you ask maybe everybody here from Cape Verde who study abroad, um, if it was now, if they have to decide they if we how can I say, uh, if you ask me, um, yeah, Zenaide, if you have to decide now to study abroad, like many years ago, what was your answer? I will say, yeah, I will do the same choice to study abroad. So maybe we have to do a study to check if my answer is the same with others. Yeah.
Uh, do you want me to start with the questions that you've raised? Yeah, yeah. So I would start by the 3.6 because I think it's quite a starking number that we have. Is that less than four Cape Verdean students that start a degree in Portugal finish it, and this is actually a figure that came from Portuguese Ministry administrative, so official registries. It shows that after 7 years, so basically degrees in Portugal normally spans 3-4 years, and what we have seen is that after 7 years, less than four students actually completed, and that's the figure on Cape Verde. We also included in the videos exactly for the students to be able to compare what would be the graduation rates in Portugal versus the graduation rates in Cape Verde. Regarding your first question, we have the exposure this advertisement of universities and degrees abroad. We had comprehensive questions about the people that they knew that already studied abroad, from their family, from their friends, really to try to map the network of people that they know. Just to finish and to pass the mic to Katya, I think that, well, what's important is to think about policies that we can build to tackle the different trade-offs that we see here. And I think that it's important to leave two or three ideas. First, clearly there is, and you were talking about cultural factors, there is a huge push factor to migrate and to go to Portugal. And this is something that we see in the results of this paper, but is also something that we see in the results of our previous work, in which we showed students very similar conditions between staying in Cape Verde and in Portugal, and still with very similar conditions. And when I say similar conditions, if you have a similar income in the next 10 years, if you have a similar cost of living in the next 10 years, we have like 40% of the students that with same conditions say, no, I want to go. So we have a huge push factor. And we have to reconcile this with, first, the fact that many of the students that are going are not graduating. And that's, of course, is frustrating for these young students. And yesterday, workshop that we did in schools, we heard a lot of stories of very good students here in high school that then never graduated. And this is a frustration. And it's also a loss of opportunity for these students and for their families. So we have to reconcile the push factor, so the willingness to migrate, with the fact that it's important that these students graduate and actually can move forward in their education. So what are the solutions, the policy solutions that prepare them better here or prepare them better at arrival to Portugal to allow that they can actually get their degree. And for example, yesterday we have pointed some possibilities. For example, the expansion of foundational years in arriving countries. So, for example, the possibility that they don't get in immediately in the first year of their degree, but they have like a bridging year to prepare them better, or even the possibility that this bridging year or this initial degree may be done year before they actually migrate. And this is the kind of policies that we need to think, trying to reconcile the willingness to migrate that is very typical of islanders. So I'm a son of one, so that also wanted to get out as soon as possible. So with the fact that we cannot lose this talent and this willingness to study, and unfortunately, many times now that is happening.
Okay, thank you. So maybe I'll get a bit outside of topic, but start with your comments. um, well, one thing that I think it's important to say is that income is not the only motivation for emigration. Okay? And what we see actually in most high income countries is that nearly 50% of college graduates leave their countries. This is something that happens obviously when, I mean, you are a smaller economy. Maybe this, I mean, you feel like these people should be here contributing. But the point that I tried to make based on evidence is that when people are abroad and Cape Verdean diaspora is very strong and strongly contributes to the development of this country, people are also helping. But you said something that is true and important, which is, well, even if we think of immigration, immigrants don't contribute in the same way as immigrants. So we have to think about this carefully, and this is something that we discuss a lot about how to best, and it links to the work I presented, how to best integrate and use the skills of people arriving. So one thing that actually, so yesterday we visited these two schools of reference here in Cape Verde of vocational training, both CERMI and the School of Tourism. Okay, and actually they have programs in which they are training nationals of São Tomé and Guinea-Bissau, and this actually is something good. We also know that when trained people go abroad, this might create here an incentive for more people to get trained. And for example, CERMI told us that they have excess supply. They have many more people wanting to get trained than what they are able to train. So the policy implication here is that maybe we should invest more in training infrastructure, because there are many people from Cape Verde and maybe other people, other African countries that want to come to Cape Verde, because Cape Verde is the reference in the region. People want to get trained here. They want to work here in the same way that Cape Verdeans want to go to Europe and Portuguese are going everywhere in the world. So I think one positive policy implication here is that we may wish to respond as policymakers by investing more in training infrastructure in the country. So in the university for sure. And I mean, we heard the Director General saying they want to invest even more, not only in the scholarships, but also in the structure of the university. This is surely one policy implication from our work, and also in vocational training, which is very important for the country. And clearly, I mean, we need more supply to serve all the people that want to get more training and that will contribute to the development if they are here or even abroad. Thank you.
I think that this, I will open again. I will open again. This is a very good discussion. Immigration. I was of them abroad. This is a very good. I think that there is more play. There is more work to be said about this issue, and I think that when we bring concrete scientific um, research in the table to be discussed, this is a very good place to start, because in the we have been discussing a lot of debate, political, social debate on immigration in the last years. So now we have some some scientific papers to help us in this, that me as a university professor, I see this as an opportunity also to try to merge into this issue of migration issue. But I would like to give the floor for the audience for another round of three interrogation discussion, or any thoughts that you have. Please be in your way. Okay.
Thanks so much for these wonderful presentations and input. I have two questions. So maybe one for Pedro and the other one for maybe everyone. So this 36% is super interesting. And I was just wondering if you have looked at the drivers, what are like characteristics of these students that actually can, predict their success? For example, marks from Cape Verde, are they predictive of their success abroad or any other maybe non-cognitive skills or things like that? Very interested to know about that more. And then the second is more to the entire panel. So this remark from Katya about non-pecuniary elements. So how large do you think, what's the influence of these non-pecuniary drivers, and can policy also target those as well? If you want to retain some students instead of failing abroad, can you also develop some non-pecuniary elements here that would be attractive for the youth of Cape Verde?
We have the tour for two more person, tomorrow. It can be important society. Can I?
Question on the calculation of the benefits. Has there been any evaluation done of the costs and of the net benefits? So we heard about the non-pecuniary benefits other than remittances of migration, but we didn't hear about the cost. And then maybe there's a paper in the literature that has done what is the net impact. Thank you.
Now I go to Katya and then to Pedro.
Sí, yes, of course. Okay. Still trying to. So here I was trying to think about these non-pecuniary elements that Marcelo was talking about. I mean, we know, for example, I don't have very hard evidence on this. I mean, we have done work measuring different types of determinants. We know that, for example, lack of information and uncertainty are very important determinants of migration. Especially, I mean, this is not really the case for Cape Verde, but in countries of really low income where people, I mean, they face uncertainty levels where their subsistence might be at risk if they migrate and they don't do well, that this can deter people from migrating. For example, I mean, we see this in Bangladesh, we see this in Kenya, for example. So in these countries, uncertainty can be a very powerful deterrent of migration. So if you migrate and you don't send income back, your family might starve, then you think twice and you don't migrate. But this is not, fortunately, where Cape Verde is. So, the uncertainty is always a negative determinant, lack of information as well. And I guess that's exactly what we are tackling here. Because when we did this work with the students in Cape Verde, we are not only telling them about income, we are providing, what is meant to be a very encompassing set of information that includes the weather. Okay? Talking about non-pecuniary, weather is a powerful determinant, right? So, we see, for example, there are Cape Verdeans that go to Portugal and then think of going somewhere else in Europe. They try it and they come back to Portugal. This, I don't have hard evidence on this, but anecdotally, I've seen this. Okay, so we know pecuniary factors are important. I think we need to do more research to measure this precisely. Okay, but that's my short answer.
Thanks, Marcelo. Regarding the 3.6, so what are the determinants is exactly what we'll be able to do potentially when we do now the link between our survey data and the administrative records in Portugal, and we'll be able to do this for cohort, but potentially also for another cohort, because in the next academic year we surveyed another 5,000 students. But then on the determinants, I think that from just what we see in data, we don't have in this administrative data of the enrollment in Portugal, we don't have any track record of their proficiency before they enrolled. But one thing that was visible is that is very heterogeneous across institutions. That's really visible. And again, because As I was saying, higher education is not an homogeneous thing. It's very diverse. And for example, when you look up the place like Bragança that has like 2,000 Cape Verdean students, you see clearly that the graduation rates are different from other institutions in other parts of the country. So there is also a side that is the supply side adapting to the student composition that has that, at least just for some descriptive evidence on the graduation rates, there are some signals that is a factor also affecting this share of graduation of the students.
No problem. I think that uh, just to put some fire in the bush, no. I think that we have to differentiate dropouts from non-completion. You see, these are two different issue. You know, dropouts, students that after after some years they just leave. And non-completion have mainly to do with their uh, background, what we are talking here. And why I am saying this, because I was a student from Cape Verde that went to university in Portugal. I was not the best here anyway, and most of you know, um, but our academic achievement in Portugal, they are not so bad. If you go to read the Cape Verdean achievement in Portugal or in other country in terms of academic achievement are not so bad. So this is why I'm saying that we have to separate these two. Dropout may have to do with the why they went, not the way they went. Not the channel is they went through education. They went to the country. They enter into the country through education. That is the channel. But the why they went, maybe some of the dropouts. So, I am from a municipality that is very poor. Ribeira Grande, Santiago, Cidade Velha, and some village. There is no one don't want to go. There is no one person that don't want to go. We are talking about Santana, places that are far, far, far away, near here, but very far away in the way they think. There is no one person. So when you talk to students that are in the high school, they know that the municipality have a program, 10th grade, 11th grade, or 12th grade, that can put their name to go to Portugal. They study. They study to be able to enter in this amount of students that will go. This is why I think that I think that we have a lot to talk here about this. Of course, I think that we have a lot. This is why I want it to be in the next weeks, because we would have our professor that came back, our student that came back. We would have a lot of discussion. But because here in the university, we are starting to discuss this, and this is one issue. The number of students that enter in the University of Cape Verde, they are not going down. You see, we see here that the students are willing to go, but the amount of students that are entering the university, they are not going down. So you see, there is two data we can use. This is why I brought my computer with all the data of the inscription and the registration of students. Because it's very important that we talk the same language here. Because it's about Cape Verde. I have some colleagues, really, their research is in this area, that they are not able to be here. I'm researching other issue, of course, with interest in this. I have some colleagues that would be very important to be, but we have to differentiate, and I think Pedro and Katia can bring us the differentiation between dropout students and non-completion students, because I don't know, maybe my English is not making any sense, but they are two different things. Because dropouts are students that they just give up. Non-compassion are students that they try it for several years, they are not able to. Of course, these will drop after. You know, so maybe it's the English. If it was the Portuguese, would be the same with me. Creole, I would express it better. But maybe it's the English. This is just to let us here to talk about a little bit. Pedro, uh, give us some sense of what is the difference between these and what you think about if in the research there is the point of this.
Actually links to what I've just said. And actually, we had there in the number of the dropout at the end of the first year that was 17%. So, and that was really dropout. So students that after the first year just left. And then why have we measured the 3.6 across 7 years? Exactly because we know, and we know looking at the data, but we also know from our experience that many of these students that unfortunately fail a course or struggle, they keep trying, which means that despite the average duration of a bachelor in Portugal is 3 or 4 years, we spanned across 7 years exactly to capture this effort that we know that many students do to try to complete their degrees. And that's also why we have included the number of the 17% of dropout after the first year, because that means that probably these students did not want to put much more effort in trying to complete their degrees.
I think that I think that we still have time, or we can, yeah, yeah, we are inviting everyone for lunch. I am very happy to do this invitation, people. Wait, I'm very, so we are inviting everyone to the lunch, and in the lunch we will still be talking what will be in English and what will be in Portuguese and what will be in Creole. So we will see because or in Dutch, yes, we will be we will be talking about this. This is a very big issue. I have to thank everyone that was here in this conference, and everyone that I think that everyone will go home with some learning and some prospect, and yeah, and come back after. Yeah, this is very important. Come back after lunch for the afternoon session. That will be very interesting. Also, I saw the program. I will be here. Okay, thank you, everyone. See you.
Few high skilled people with very good positions. I think the microphone has some, problems. So a couple of high skilled people with very high positions, but many medium skilled people, many of them in the public sector. And we need talent from abroad, high skilled people from abroad, but also less educated but well trained people to work in the construction sector, to work in the hotels, restaurants, care services, and so on. So we are in this race for talent. And in Cape Verde, you are afraid of losing talent. So one thing we have in common is that we have understood that migration shapes skills. And we care about that because skills are shaping development. So there is a huge literature on that. Many papers showing that education, human capital, is a source of development, a source of growth. And my reading of these papers is that historically, or even in the current world, the high road to development is to have more people with college education or university degrees. These are the most productive guys. They generate a lot of complementarity on the labor market. You need engineers to supervise workers. You need doctors to supervise nurses. You need managers, to supervise, accountants, and so on and so forth. Okay. It has been shown as well that in low income and lower middle income countries, these guys with higher education are much better to articulate calls for democracy. So they generate institutional improvement. And you have papers on that, Katja. And we know that these high skilled people are important to absorb modern technologies. Think about AI, digitalization nowadays, or to innovate. So this is the Holy Grail. let's say. But it's very costly to reach this high proportion of college graduates, because you need first to train people at the primary level, at the lower secondary, upper secondary level. So it takes time. And in many developing countries, I'm not speaking about Cape Verde, but we work also in Senegal. There are so many young people who have dropped out from the primary level or lower secondary level that you need to bring these guys much higher, if you want to increase the proportion of college graduates. So it's a really scarce resource, and the question that we have addressed in the literature is, how does migration shape that? How does the migration of high-skilled people shape the accumulation of human capital? Do we have brain drain or do we have brain gain? I'm going to cover this as quickly as possible. Tell me when 10 minutes are remaining, that I can move to another more speculative part, which is in fact the result of discussions that we had with LuxDev, with the embassy, with the Directorate of Employment and Vocational Training institutions in Cape Verde. In many low-income and lower middle-income countries, you have this youth birth, so many young people who are not, let's say, able to go to higher education and get this college degree. If they have no skills, you cannot do anything with them. So successful TVET can increase productivity, employability, career progression for these guys. And it's maybe a low-hanging fruit compared to higher education, because for some TVET program level 2, level 3 here are programs of a couple of months. And more ambitious programs takes 1 year, 15 months. So it's possible to equip these guys with useful skills. So less costly and potentially short to medium term gains. And we have no evidence on how migration can incentivize this guy to go to TVETs and the effect that migration can have on the accumulation of skills in that part of the population. So what I plan to do, I've been long for the introduction already, it's to cover this quite extensively but rapidly, and then speculate a bit more about what we could do there. Okay, so this is the roadmap. So let's go back to the high road, something that the literature has established. The facts. Why are we worried about international migration when we care about development? Because we know that high-skilled people tend to cluster more in high-income countries, high-region countries, okay, which might be a source of increasing inequality, and they migrate more. So it's rarely the case that a country is following its abroad. We have good immigration statistics, but we do not have good emigration statistics. So what we did here is to focus on OECD destinations. And we collected census data in each of these OECD countries, and we aggregated these data, country origin by country of origin, distinguishing between college graduates, the less educated. And these are the average immigration rates. So the proportion of natives going to these other OECD countries, OECD that are not their country of birth, okay? And you see that on average in the world, be careful with 2020, it's polluted by the COVID crisis. Many census were done in 2020 and 2021. Some are not polished. So we have some estimates here. But if you look at 2010, let's say, you see that at the world level, high-skilled people migrate 3 times more than the less educated, which is a package of primary educated, secondary educated, and no schooling. But the poorer the country, the bigger is the gap between low-skilled migration and college graduates migration. This is the ratio. So the ratio goes between 15 and 35. So if you are from a very poor country, you have a probability to migrate which is 15 to 30 times bigger than a less educated, okay? And of course, country size also plays a role, and Cape Verde is a very small country. The smaller is a country, the more specialized is the country, the less diversification you have across sectors. You are specialized in a couple of industries. If someone wants to study in a field that is not covered by the country, well, in a big country, he goes to another region, but here he has to go abroad. And so you see that on average, the low-skilled and high-skilled migration rates are increasing when the country is is smaller. But these are averages by country group. So of course, big countries matter more than than small countries. So in the lower middle income group, it's dominated by India. In the upper middle, China is the biggest country. So the rates are strongly affected by that. If you don't weight the country by their size and give the same weight to small and rich countries, these are the patterns that we see. So just look at this left graph. You have the college graduate immigration rates here and the migration rate of the less educated. So this is the unweighted average. So Cape Verde is small, so it is way higher and more to the right than this average pattern. But this is the average pattern that we see. When income increases from the poorest country of the world to the threshold to become lower middle income, the high-skilled migration rate decreases a bit. It goes down. And then it goes down a bit until the level of the upper middle income country. Cape Verde is around here at 5,000 of income per capita and GDP per. And then it decreases very highly. So if Cape Verde continues to grow, we can expect high-skilled immigration to decrease more rapidly. And for low-skilled migration rates, it does not go always to the left or to the right. So when you start very poor and you increase your income, people migrate more. And then people migrate less above a certain level, which is around $5,000 income per capita. And we have the same pattern. This is just a transformation of these two rates. But of course, you have a lot of heterogeneity. And if you focus on two specific cases, Senegal and Cape Verde, in Cape Verde, you have the low-skilled migration rate here in red and the high-skilled in blue. You see that we are way above the averages of the world. And this is for the population 25 plus and only to the OECD destinations. So 60% of immigration rates for the college graduates 25 and plus, and let's say 35% for the low-skilled. So high immigration rates for the two categories. In Senegal, very low probability to migrate regularly for the low-skilled, and 20, 30 times more for the college graduates, which is a minority of the population. So these are the facts. So what can we expect in terms of impact on the economy? The early view was dominated by the fear of brain drain. Okay, so the idea is that you have a fixed stock of human capital, of college-educated people, and when some are leaving, you lose the best, so productivity decreases. You have fiscal losses because you invested in these guys. Some were maybe educated abroad, but many were educated at home. So they leave and they pay the taxes abroad, okay? Erosion of some public services, like doctors, teachers, professionals living, and you lose the externalities, so lower innovation rates and lower, let's say, calls for democracy. Okay, so you lose all these things. But all these results were part of theoretical models and evidence was totally absent. Now, what do we know? I switched from the 60s to nowadays, and I borrowed that from your science survey, your science paper, Batista et al., where you have the mechanism through which migration opportunities are affecting the economy. The early view is what you have here. When you open the country to migration, you lose some people. This decreases human capital. But if people anticipate that having a higher degree diploma is multiplying by 20, 30 their probability to go abroad, they might be incentivized to educate, right? So there is this incentive effect, which is important. And in the And you don't know if the net effect is positive or negative. Suppose that you have 100 people educated and 10 leave. So you would say, okay, after that I will have 90 people. It's bad. I've lost 10 people. But if the prospect of migrating induced people to invest more and you have formed 20 people more, then you have gained 10 people in net. It seems very counterintuitive as an idea, but I will show you that empirically this is what we find, in fact. And then, even if people are abroad, diaspora networks and returnees are contributing to the economy by sending remittances, by fostering trade, FDI, stimulating entrepreneurship, transferring knowledge, norms, and you spoke a lot about that this morning. So this is Katja's graph, and my models are in fact quantifying all these things. All these mechanisms are in my models. But let me first focus on the part in yellow, the brain gain story. We have today, I would say, converging evidence that the brain gain is not, it's maybe a bit counterintuitive, but it's not a dream. That's something that works. Many of the most, I think, convincing studies are case studies focusing on one particular country which was affected by a migration shock for high-skilled people. If you see a correlation between high-skilled immigration and education, it's not, let's say, a good reason to believe that there is a causal impact of high-skilled migration on education. Suppose that Cape Verde increases the quality of education, more high-skilled people will go abroad because they are more exportable, they are better trained. And more people will join the University of Cape Verde because the quality is better. So it's not migration that affects education, it's the quality of education and investment that creates that correlation. So the idea of these guys working here, and Caroline, that we will have online, is one of them. The idea is to find shocks abroad, like a visa expansion for Filipino nurses, for example, in the US, to see how it affected the number of migrants, nurses moving to the US, and nurses staying in the Philippines. And this is the result of Caroline. I don't know if she will present that paper, by the way. But so this is here after the expansion of visa in the Philippines, 2000, 2006. You have a curve showing the migrants to the US, and you have the trainees in the Philippines. And for one immigrant, you have 9 trainees staying in the Philippines. Another example is, and I will not review everything here, you have the same case studies for India, Cape Verde, but Katja spoke about it this morning, Galicia, another paper on the Philippines, and so on. But another example is the example of the British Army in Nepal. The British Army is recruiting Nepalese to become soldiers, and it's a huge wage gain when these guys are joining the British Army. All the recruiters are from the Gurkha ethnic group. So all the soldiers are from the Gurkha ethnic group, okay? And at some point, the British Army set a minimum of schooling, 8 years of schooling, to join the British Army. What do you see? Before, so the corps that were older and who could not respond to this constraint are similar to the control group. And the younger, they started to educate more. So these are the Gurkha men compared to the other groups, including Gurkha women, who are not joining the British Army. So this works very well in case studies. What I did is different. I produced cross-country studies, which is less convincing, less fashionable, but I'm not an empirical guy, so I'm more a modeler than an empirical person, okay? So here we exploit variations across countries and across years, census rounds, okay? And we look at the effect that the gap in migration rates, in migration prospect, has on the increase in the proportion of college graduates among natives in the 10 years after the census, let's say, okay? You could also say that this is endogenous, that's how the quality of education can be affecting this and affect also the dependent. So we find an instrument based on destination-specific or destination time-specific shocks, which is really in line with the case studies. This is the effect that the gap in immigration rates, so the fact that when you are educated, you migrate more, on the proportion of people who decide to educate. No effect, no significant effect in middle income, upper middle income, and high income countries. But in low income and lower middle income countries, you have this effect. Very robust if you eliminate very small states or very big states, states that are closely positioned, located compared to the OECD or remote from the OECD. So this is very stable. And when you take this model and you simulate the net effect, so this is the ex ante effect before migration happens. This is the response to a shock after migration happens. So suppose that you have a country with 5% of educated college graduates, and low-skilled and high-skilled people have a 5% immigration rate. So they migrate with the same intensity. Okay? So the country remains at 5% of college graduates. And then you have a selection shock. For example, the visa are expanded in the US, okay? And the migration rate of high-skilled people jumps to 15%. Of course, people have discovered that, they are surprised, so they cannot anticipate that. If they can anticipate, you don't have this negative shock. But the short-term effect is a loss. But after 10 years, it recovers. And after 20, 30, 40 years, then you have a net brain gain. So the brain drain can dominate in the short run if the shock is sudden, but not in the long term. And finally, we have a modeling approach, which is accounting for a lot of heterogeneity between countries. So the model is calibrated on each specific country to reflect access to education in the country, which is a key parameter, to reflect the bilateral structure of migration. Sending your guys to the US or to Portugal is different. Sorry, but Portugal is less rich than the US. So we account for that and we find the same results. So in general, a net brain gain in the country. It's not miraculous when you compare the no immigration with the observed level of education. This is not far from the 45-degree line, so no big effect with a few exceptions. And by the way, we have a slightly positive effect for Cape Verde and for Senegal. So that's the brain gain story. Selection in migration does not mean that you lose human capital in the long term, okay? But beyond that, the beautiful graph of Katja can show you the missing pieces to predict the effect on income and consumption. So you have all these externalities that have been estimated by a lot of authors in the literature. So what we can do is to build a model, I'm not going to enter into the details, in which we account for remittances, the fiscal cost of migration, the fact that if you lose half of your population, the market size is lower, so there are fewer entrepreneurs, less diversity in goods, it's not good for the competition between goods, so the prices are increasing, but you have all these immaterial remittances that you called this morning. And when you simulate that, on average, you see that in blue, that's the effect on consumption or disposable income per worker remaining in the country. The effect is positive, and it's around 5 to 10% in the poorest countries of the world, less in upper middle income countries, and less as well in high income countries. If your government does not care about people who are in Cape Verde, but if the government cares about Cape Verdeans staying here or living abroad, and you compute the average income per natural, not per resident, but per natural, per Cape Verdean, wherever they have, wherever they live, then you have these red bars that give you a much bigger effect. So it's always a choice to say, I'm for on people remaining in the country, or I'm focusing on people born in my country, right? So to finish with this state of the art of the literature, I think it summarizes quite well what we know today. There are conditions that should be met if you want to have this brain gain effect. Of course, if selective migration is too strong, if you lose 95% of your college graduates, then you should not expect the brain gain to dominate the brain drain, okay? If the brain drain or migration prospect stimulates investment in occupations that are not useful for the country. For example, we know that there is aging in the rich world. It's also the case in Cape Verde, by the way. But suppose that every student here study geriatrics while you need people in pediatrics, then the cost or the gain can be smaller, even if people can recycle. But it's something quite understudied. If selection is negative, it happens in just a couple of cases, Mexico to the US, for example, today, or in the past. Internal migration in China, there is no positive selection, then you lose this incentive effect. And if the education system is not adaptable and flexible, then it's not possible to absorb these new people who want to educate, not at the same cost, and you lose also this positive effect. And just to illustrate that, we focused on Senegal. Senegal is a case study. It's a paper published this year or last year. It's really a country where at the national level, you have a brain gain and you have, let's say, an income gains as well. But Senegal is very heterogeneous. These are the high-skilled migration rates by department. So it's super dark here. It's Dakar, okay? Very small part of the country, but 20% of the population, right? And here you have Matam, which is an immigration place because the French colonized Senegal. They went to Tombouctou and along the river, the Senegal River, they stopped there. They attracted the French tirailleurs, so soldiers for the French army. And then the diaspora was launched, let's say, and a lot of workers went to France to work in the tire industry, Michelin, okay? But migration prospect in these regions cannot translate always in education because here access to education is very low. So what we find is that the positive effect we have in Senegal is totally driven by this small piece of land, okay? And the departments around Dakar, where you have schools, where you have also many vocational training centers, okay? And in the rest of Senegal, international migration generate cost. But when you include internal migration and the remittances sent from Dakar or big cities to these villages, you have a gain almost everywhere. So migration is really a good thing for development. It's a lever for development. And it's really surprising to see that today the obsession in the compact, in the European approach, is always to see that as a problem to manage. Okay? My reading of the compact is that, okay, we say to developing countries, secure your border, control irregular migration, readmit those that we are deporting, and we'll be very generous and we will give you the money that you deserve. Okay? But it's never seen as a lever for development, while it's a powerful lever. And so it's a bit my conclusion, following all the discussions I had here. Could we be inspired by that literature to rethink vocational training and the problem that you have? Well, you have that in Cape Verde. So vocational training is a priority of the government. But in lower income countries and low income countries, and I'm thinking about Senegal, it's utopian to think that you will create, college education and attract people to the universities. So if you don't do anything, if you don't provide skills to these people who are the needs today, who are, let's say, almost illiterate, then the country will not enjoy and benefit from the double demographic dividend that they have. So can we transpose some of the ideas here? I looked a bit at the numbers. So the situation in which you have many young people with very poor skills is very frequent in developing countries. TVET participation and effectiveness is relatively low. I will show you some numbers in Senegal. I've been told by LuxDef members in Senegal, but maybe they didn't want to work with us. I've been said that in Casamance, everybody among the young received a vocational training program and they are all trained. But we find it's not the case. It's 10%, 15%, not more. In Cape Verde, there is a solid TVET program, but there are still quite many needs. I know that the number of needs is decreasing, and it's a good thing, but maybe we should try to accelerate this decrease in the number of needs. So the idea here is that we should maybe exploit the aspirations of people to stimulate the participation in TVET and maybe save part of the population from extreme poverty and remaining in a need status, let's say, for a long time. So the common features of Senegal and Cape Verde is that migration aspirations are very high and the confidence in local opportunities is very low, okay? So in Senegal, what happens is that the lack of legal pathways to go to Europe is such that these guys only see regular migration as a relevant option. And we know the consequences, right? Arrest, death at sea, and very poor integration. In Cape Verde, there is a legal pathway to Portugal. Okay, so if you have an offer, it's easy to go to Portugal. But if you have no skills, you will end up in jobs that are very badly paid, no career progression. Okay, and then what do? You cannot help your family, and you come back, you are desperate, and you become a need, maybe in Senegal. And this is really showed by the numbers. So this is a survey in Casamance in green, and this is a survey with 1,000 people in, sorry for the pronunciation, São Nicolau, and Boa Vista, okay? Aspirations to migrate, very high. People who think that they would like to migrate, but they will not be able to do it, okay? Less important in Cape Verde. No local opportunities. So people who see no local opportunities, 70% in both cases. Those who have no idea of the skills in demand in their region, super high, 70% in Senegal. I don't have the number for Cape Verde. I have more numbers on Senegal than for Cape Verde, I confess. And very strong aspirations to migrate. So you have this phrase, Barça or Barchak, Barcelona or die in Senegal. And I will not, say that in Creole, but I think it's Creole, right? This is Creole. Rostupamar, Costa Patela, right? So I understand that my eyes are looking at the sea and my back is looking at my homeland. Is it more or less correct? So strong aspirations to migrate. In Senegal, there is a problem of supply of vocational training. We see that the participation is very low, especially for women, 15%. But we paid someone at ANSD, with their money, to map all the vocational training centers of Senegal. And we realized that in many regions, the closest center for the young is 25 kilometers far from the house, or 23, and so on. And it's the case mostly in Casamance, except around Ziguinchor here, okay? So very difficult to train. And migration is costly, even internal migration. And so, unsurprisingly, when you look at regular migration, it comes from the regions close to Dakar. When you look at irregular migration, it comes from Casamance, below the Gambia River. Senegal is one of the only countries I know that in the census ask people, do you have a member abroad? When did he live or she lived? What education level? What age? What visa? In the new census, they have the visa. Is it irregular migration? Is it family reunion? is it an economic visa? So these are the data we used from the census 2023. Then, it's too much. It's too much. So the idea here would be, could we do something for the needs? And I know that there are different kinds of needs, Eusebio. There are needs who stopped education before the 6th grade or the 7th grade, the 8th grade, and you have the needs that finish, let's say, the secondary school, not the technical, let's say, track, but the other one, they fail at the university, and so they are a bit stuck. So maybe they need different solutions, but do we have a solution to incentivize these guys to come back and to study or to participate in vocational training? We see in the brain gain literature that migration aspirations can be the driver. And it can even be the driver, or even more the driver in Cape Verde and Senegal, where aspirations are so high. So the idea would be to open legal pathways or connections with let's say, companies abroad to stimulate this incentive or participation in vocational training. Those who would go would be connected or who will receive a visa, and those who are not selected to receive a visa or to be connected would receive or benefit from ambitious activation policies. For example, connections with local firms, mentoring, and so on. If we can do that, the bet I have is that we can, let's say, bring people who are totally lost today. And the fact that there are needs, we know that in the literature, it's correlated with mental health problems, with crime, okay, with robberies. So we know it's correlated with many social issues. So here the idea would be to get them back to vocational training, provide domestic jobs if they stay, provide jobs abroad if they leave, because they will have acquired the skills in both cases, reduces the shortages and the number of needs and maybe irregular migration flows, okay, in the medium term. But these are bets, these are guesses. We know a lot about the effect that migration has on higher education choices. We know a little about this incentive logic applied to vocational training and the consequences it could have on accumulation of skills, dropout rates, the job quality they would have, the substitution between a good job and irregular migration aspirations. We know a little about that. So we just need pilot to test if it works in some regions with small samples of people. So the pilot we could have would consist of investing in vocational training or attracting the needs in, let's say, tracks that are both in demand in rich countries and in poor countries, in Senegal and in Luxembourg, France, or in Cape Verde and Portugal, or the US, and so on. This requires coordination. It's tough, okay? We would have a lottery. So we would invite people, the needs to come to a vocational training program. And we would say to part of them, randomly selected, this is the idea of an RCT, if you come, for sure, you'll be connected with a company, a local company. And with a certain probability, you'll be eligible for a lottery if you succeed. Conditional to successful training, you would be connected to a firm abroad, or in the case of Senegal to France and Luxembourg, we would give you a visa. Okay? So if this works, if this is strong enough to attract people to vocational training and do this effort to acquire the skills, then those who stay will have better jobs. There are a lot of sectors in shortages here, and we have the same shortages in Luxembourg or in Portugal. Those who go abroad will be well trained. And if they have a better job here, they will not be neat anymore, less social problems, and probably, and this is again a guess, to be tested with a pilot, lower aspirations to migrate irregularly. If it works, we will be the first pilot. Nobody has tested this globally, let's say. We will be the first pilot testing that, showing that it works. And to me, I don't see any other combination of instrument to solve the problem that we are going to face in the coming decades. Aging in Luxembourg, France, Portugal, so aging in Cape Verde as well. I had it this morning, but aging, so shortages of workers, qualitatively and quantitatively. Incapacity of poor countries to create the skills, and more irregular migration that generate populist, by the way. So it's also another externality that would come from that. So this is my conclusion, Anna. So you see that I don't need 10 minutes. So what we have learned, what we know from the literature is that selective migration can raise human capital, welfare, but we know that the outcomes are context specific. So this is not automatic. You need some conditions to be met, okay? The net effect is clearly in contradiction with the early literature, which was only seeing migration, selective migration, as a problem. Limitations and gaps, we still have poor data by occupation, migration by occupation. We have some data, but the OECD is producing data, but the quality is not that great. It's hard to integrate multiple channels, the remittances, brain drain, brain gain, knowledge transfers. This is why you have a graph. This is why I have a model, but a model is always subject to criticism, okay? So that's why I have in my model conservative scenarios and benchmark scenarios. And the distributional effect of that are still unknown. Who is going to benefit from this brain gain, remittances, and so on? The richest, the poorest? We do not know that. In Senegal, we see that the richest regions are benefiting more than the poorest region. Okay? But the main conclusion is, from this well-established literature, the challenge is not to stop migration. Okay? Migration is not only a problem to manage. Migration could be used as a lever for development. It could be included into development policies. What is difficult is to convince international institutions and sometimes government in the origin countries or the partners in origin countries. But what at stake is very important. I don't see any other solution to combat these problems of shortages, aging, and irregular migration in the coming decades. The policy avenues that I see, and this is the end of the presentation, is maybe to try the pilot here of Senegal. I don't care. So if Cape Verde is interested, we jump on Cape Verde. If Cape Verde is not interested, we'll try in Senegal. If they are not interested, we'll try elsewhere. But we'll fight again, until we find a way to test this idea, because I really believe in that for the coming decades. Okay? And on top of that, there are so many things we can do to mobilize the diaspora, support circular return migration, diaspora engagement. Talking to Pro Empresa here, we saw that they have this contest. There is a challenge fund, and they offer subsidies to start a business. Speaking again with Zed, he told me maybe we do not need more restaurants and so on. I thought about that. Maybe we can target some sectors that would generate a lot of complementarities with what's existing here. I don't know, in digital economy or whatever, okay? AI. And create tools to channel remittances to investment, which is a challenge. I don't have any miracle solution, but using remittances as a collateral, the possibility of doing that would be a way to do, one way to proceed. We know already, and you did a lot, Katia, on this, that mobile banking is helping a lot of people in remote areas. Yes. But this is maybe not the thing that we're to push here in Cape Verde. It's time to stop, I think, Anna. When this happens, that means that I spoke too much. Okay, and the most important slide. Thank you very much. I leave you with Diego.
Yeah, I was just asked if someone wants to ask questions before, like, yeah, maybe must you agree? The beggars like. But there is enough. You come another, like.
Well, it's hard for me to ask questions because I'm a believer as well. No, you were overly kind. No, I think, yeah, the way I see it, so you presented different types of evidence on the brain gain, but I think you were too modest on the second one. So we should emphasize that currently we have
What is the second one?
it's the more macro approach. So what I would emphasize here in terms of the evidence we have is that we have evidence at the micro level. So this what you call the case studies, which I mean, this approach is very good establishing what's the cause, what's the effect, looking at detailed mechanisms, explaining how it happens, but in a specific context. And so by now we have a number of studies that have done these studies that are in specific contexts, that are very well identified, explain a lot of things in context, but they are specific to different contexts. The good thing about the kind of work that you do at the more macro level is that I think that is very complementary is that you look at all countries. So you can even establish the difference between what happens to, say, small island countries like Cape Verde and other large countries where the effects are very different. So I think you did not emphasize enough the value of looking cross country and having what we call the external validity, right? So looking at different contexts and be more general. So I think that's very valuable. And then it's hard to comment because yes, I believe in this as well. So this is not really a question. This was more of a comment. If Peter has a question, we'll pass it. Thank you.
Yeah, but just to answer to that, while Pedro gets the micro or the mic, it's true that what changed a lot, let's say the state of the art of the literature, is what you guys did on case studies. I'm a very anxious person, so the first paper on brain gain that I wrote, I confess that the days after publications or the interactions I had with the World Bank at the time, who sponsored the construction of the data set, I slept very badly because I had the feeling that if some countries are starting to base, let's say, a strategy on high-skilled migration and it fails, well, I will feel responsible for that. So, and it was a nice, let's say, intellectual curiosity, but the evidence that we can grasp from a cross-country regression or from a model is always subject to criticism. But today, what we can say is that we have really converging facts that goes in the same direction. And when it doesn't work, for example, for China, internal migration in China, or Mexico to the US in some periods, we know that it's because there is negative selection. Where it doesn't work in Senegal, and I was very happy with this study on Senegal because it really helped me understand the process. It's because there is no access to education. How could people respond if there is no access to education in Tambacounda, Kédougou, all these regions, let's say in the east of Senegal? So now we have converging evidence. So I think that the results are way better established than before. I sleep better because of this. But the problem that we see in many developing countries, it's not maybe the case here because the demographic transition is way more advanced than in Senegal, for example. But in Senegal, you have this youth bulge of people who have no skills at all. So if we do not do anything for them, they will just get lost and you will have this problem of needs that Cape Verde has, power 2, power 3, let's say. Yeah. Okay.
Thanks so much for presentation. So yeah, I was with the Canary because we reach students in unification education. Population in the 12th grade. And actually there
I can hear.
I can you hear?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
the beginning you said that you have students
So in
in
our
educational training.
we have, so since we've basically covered all the students in public schools in Cape Verde, we also included ones that are in vocational passes that are around 18%. And actually, I was just checking, and their willingness to migrate is exactly the same as the ones that are in general tracks. And something that actually we discussed yesterday in our event with the schools was that not just this share probably is low given the demand in the country for this kind of skills, but also in general tracks, the majority of the students are in humanities tracks, like 50%. And one of the things that there was actually said by the responsible for higher education is that there is demand for other sectors, more technical, scientific,
Yeah.
but there is not this. But the students actually do not have preferences for this type of fields. A question that I would like to bring is, I know that you are focused here on NITS, but for if in your plans, do you have any focus on, okay, we need to bring students to technical tracks and to more scientific tracks? How can we make some intervention in their preferences to make these fields appealing to them?
So that's a tough question, and it resonates totally the discussion that we had about this peak that we see in the needs in the population which finished secondary education and who see this technical training program as second best program, and maybe even the parents are not super happy when their kids wants to go into a manual, let's say, program. So I have no answer to that. That's why I suggested here to focus mainly on the needs, because we know also that the Luxembourg objective is to focus on the needs everywhere in which we have a partnership. And the number of countries is shrinking, but there are other countries coming up. But we discovered very recently, surprise to me, to see that we have also this group of needs which needs an immediate intervention. Maybe not the same intervention. I don't know. We need to interview them, give evidence. I would never suggest on a model or based on an empirical analysis if we do not have a good qualitative understanding of the problem. So to me, this is a puzzle, but I also see that these guys have reasons not to go to vocational training programs. They wanted to go to the university, they failed, and today they are stuck. So what can we do for them? Should we imagine a new track? Should we try to recover them with a post-secondary short? I don't know. We have to think about it. It's a problem I discovered in this country for the first time. It's to be very serious. But it's also why it's challenging when you come to a new country. That's my second visit here, to discover all these problems and to have to be creative to find a solution that could work. But you are totally right that this is a problem to solve. Yeah.
No more questions? Or you have one?
Are you authorized?
I can. Thanks so much. Super interesting. I'm wondering how you see the potential political constraints in destination countries. So you mentioned that there might be winners and losers in origin countries. How do you see, is there a way to compete? Are there losers at all? Maybe they're just winners. And what to do about that? Because that could be, a constraint that many of this type of initiatives might face in the next 10, 20 years.
Well, I'm going to give a few names. Sorry, Mr. Ambassador, but we wrote a memo that we sent to Minister Bettel, and the team said, this is not the good moment to convince the Ministry of Interior to issue visas. And that's why we started to discuss this, because there is already this track. So it's not easy to convince policymakers in the rich world to open legal pathways for migrants. It's not a good moment. We have populism everywhere. Less in Luxembourg, much less in Luxembourg. The party is really a minor party than elsewhere, which means that we do a good job in integrating migrants and so on. But if you believe in this populist and you continue to believe in their simple solutions, we are going to build a fortress around Europe, okay? We do not care about the skills in developing countries. We do not want to use migration to stimulate the skills accumulation. We go into the war. So we are heading for trouble. So we really need a pilot to show that migration is back under our control. And to me, if we succeed, so this is still a guess, we need a pilot, as I said. But if we succeed, if we can show that by building skills and bringing back people who are lost today to vocational training, providing opportunities locally and globally, and with this two things, reduce the appeal of irregular migration, then migration will be under our control. And we can show to the Commission that Luxembourg, Portugal, Cape Verde, Senegal, with a very simple partnership, which is not simple, by the way, but with a partnership involving a few people and, let's say, it's difficult to coordinate ministries, but with a few ministries in a few countries, we can build something that works. I think that we solved the problems of the coming decades and probably will also decrease the populist pressure in Europe. I'm a strong believer in that. At least I don't have a better solution. And I have also a project on populism, by the way, showing all the vicious circles of populism. So trust me, it was another reason why I stepped badly. I really thought a lot of times about how to tackle all these problems to avoid populism. I don't see anything better. Convinced?
Can I ask a short question? I'm allowed. Besides this challenge of the politics, let's say, and what role do you think you need to have from industries? Because I think that's my my view, that for these training programs to work, you really have to have a strong connection with specific industries, firms like associations of industries, to guarantee that in the end they will actually have a job.
To me, this is the simplest part.
Okay, good. Nice.
No, but in Luxembourg and Portugal, we explored that and we see that the shortages are so important and convincing employers to play the game is not the big issue. In Cape Verde and in Senegal, we also see that employers are searching for skilled people and they do not find skilled people. I'm not saying highly educated. I'm saying skilled people, well-trained people. So to me, the industry problem is minor compared to the change in culture that we have. In fact, we have to convince politicians. We have to convince also those who are providing vocational training. We can say that yesterday, when we spoke about people going abroad, it was seen as a problem at the school of tourism. But with simple explanations like that, and maybe going there to give presentations in Portuguese or in Creole, we will ask our friend to help us. We can convince them. At CERMI, he said here there are so many jobs for our students that there is no problem of exodus, but he said there is no problem of exodus. So the term's problem is really what we see in the compact or EU approach. Migration is always seen as a problem to manage and never as a lever of development. For the industry, I'm sure that they just see the dollars, they see the profits, and they will be interested.
I can comment or ask a question as a layperson and not a researcher. Thank you very much for the excellent presentation.
Thank you.
Dokier. Of course, in working here in development cooperation with Cabo Verde, we are really confronted on a day-to-day basis with the question of positive and negative impacts of migration on development of the country where we are working. Well, you compared in your presentation Senegal and Cabo Verde, but very difficult to to compare. When you have found out that there's a gain for Senegal, but the level of immigration is much smaller in Cabo Verde. So we'll have to do more research for Cabo Verde. But
We have 2 studies finding limited gains as well. For
limited
Cape Verde.
gains.
Yeah. And brain gain as well in my study, but the recent study. Yeah.
Because they're roughly happens.
So, in a short summary, our past research for Cape Verde shows that the fact that uh, immigration happens creates incentives for the people to stay here to study more. And so, even if you discount the number of people that emigrated, you end up having more skilled people in the country than if you were to shut down immigration. This positive effect of brain gain has been estimated for Cape Verde, and it seems to be there. I mean, it's one study, of course, we can do more, but this is what it shows. For politics, we also see positive impacts on the demand for accountability by the people here in Cape Verde.
We interrupted you. Sorry about that.
Thank you for these additional explanations. And then when it comes to your more specific pilot project, where you want to incentivize needs to get into education by having the major incentive of winning in a lottery, basically, so by getting a job in the north or here,
Yeah.
So I wonder whether this can also be connected to the idea of circular migration. So there you would probably strengthen the incentive for people to, when people come back, they see even more clearly what gains they can get through getting back into education or getting the needed education. And at the same time, you could also probably undermine arguments of populists in the north.
No, that's a very good point. We are at the early stage of designing this pilot, and maybe the pilot will never start. Providing this, so the contact with the Portuguese would be the carrot to attract people, let's say, into vocational training. But it's very important that the connection that we provide in Portugal would be the same as the connection that we provide here with activation policies in Cape Verde. So we use that carrot that with the lottery you can gain a lot by migrating, and the skills, of course, successful training, but you would also have the gain if you stay. Now, I understand your point that to make this more acceptable from a political point of view, having a short-term visa could be, so there are already short-term visa, but they can be renewed so easily. So having a way to combine that with circular migration and an incentive to come back after a few years and reapply and encourage this, let's say, circular movement of people could be part of the pilot. We can think about that. It would make politically, I think that in terms of incentives, it does not change a lot let's say the logic, incentive logic that we have. But in terms of political acceptability, what we call the political economy of the reform, then it could make a huge difference. We'll think about it. Yeah. Thank you very much for this suggestion.
Okay. I think we'll begin now with Marcelo. It's time. Thank you.
Sorry, Eric. No. Super fascinating to hear. All right. So first of all, thanks so much for the invitation to the organization committee. It's a really great and very fascinating discussion. So I've enjoyed all of them. And it's really great to have the opportunity to talk about our research project. I'm excited. This is the first time we're presenting results. So I'm super excited about it and to hear your thoughts Very curious to hear what you have to say about it. So the project is titled Malengo, Moving to Opportunity Abroad. This is joint work with Toman Basbai, the University of Bristol, Merve Demirel at Stockholm University, and Philip Moskop and Yasuta at the Max Planck Institute in Bonn. So let me start by motivating this presentation with a figure. Here you have the income distribution of 3 groups of countries: low-income countries, middle-income countries, and high-income countries. So the takeaway here, or what's interesting, is that, as you all very well know, there is barely an overlap in the income distributions of low-income countries and high-income countries. So if you take the individual perspective of someone living in a low-income country, you can exert all the talent, all the effort that you can have the best connections and all the luck in the world within these borders. You make it to the top of that income distribution. Even then, you end up at income levels of low-income individuals of high-income countries. And so this boils down to where you are matters more for your economic opportunities than who you are. Okay, so this is the background and the motivation of the project. Here we ask, can international educational migration reduce poverty? Can it be transformative for the educational migrant? Can you move it actually from the bottom of the global income distribution to the top? That's the first macro question that we make. And the second macro question is, what about their home communities? Can they also benefit from this educational migration? So why do we focus on this type of migration? There are various reasons, but here let me just make 3 points. First one is that it combines returns to education. So education, human capital investments are a good thing on their own, right? They have positive returns on their own. And this type of migration combines returns to migration with returns to education. Now, the second point here is that this type of migration promotes human capital investment at destination. So issues of human capital portability do not kick in. You know, if you get a title of a university abroad and then you want to have it accredited in, say, Germany, then it's not always working, or the labor market does not reward it as much as if you had a German degree. Okay, so these issues are gone in this case. And the third element is that we are talking about young migrants that are operating in a university environment, right? So that means that, you know, for integration, this might be an conducive environment of a smooth integration. You know, you're young, you're open to new perceptions, to new experiences, and so you might be able to integrate into the local economies with more ease. So for this project, we collaborate with the NGO Malengo, which was founded by Johannes Haushofer, also a big supporter of migration, of course. And the NGO is helping high school graduates from Uganda to pursue bachelor degrees in Germany. Okay. There are actually other countries that the NGO is supporting, both at origin and destination countries, also involving vocational training. But today I'm going to be talking about Uganda, Germany, and universities of applied sciences. So Malengo has a lottery for admission, and this is what we leverage to conduct a randomized controlled trial. Okay? And so our aim is to provide the first comprehensive experimental evidence on international educational migration for the applicants, but also for their home communities. So let me now tell you a bit more about some features of the program. I'm going to be talking a bit about the selection process, the package, what does it entail, and the arrangement. And so the selection process is actually 2-staged. In the first stage, applications come in, and they get shortlisted. Okay, so they get shortlisted based on academic qualifications, based on motivation letters and interviews, and also based on the income level of these households. Okay, so Malengo is targeting low income, highly skilled individuals. So that's the first stage. After they get shortlisted, among these applicants that are qualified or that are above bar, there is a lottery that is conducted, and that is precisely what we leverage for the RCT. So what does the package entail? Here you have it in chronological order. So first, applicants that get admitted get some tutoring, how to apply for a university program, how to apply for visa, also funding. Already there we see that financial means are actually very important. Just to cover fees of application, they seem to be already binding. Then the second aspect of the package is that there is funding for traveling to Germany, but also for the living cost of the first year of studies. Okay, and so this amount to roughly 50,000 euros per scholar. So this implies that after the first year of studies in Germany, these students are expected to work and study at the same time. Okay, but this is something that, at least in Germany, is super common. So students are very used to actually work during weekends and in vacations. So a third element, which we have learned also today in Katya's presentation, mentorship. There are important, information that migrants usually don't have at hand. And this mentorship and support for where to find housing, how to get a good job. So essentially, the app that Katya was talking about. This is what the third element of this package. So now, a unique feature of the program is the arrangement. It's not a loan, and it's also not a scholarship. Okay, so what is the financial arrangement? It's a so-called income share agreement. And in a nutshell, an income share agreement means, well, I get the 15,000 now. This enables me to actually go to Germany and start my studies, find a good job, and accommodate in the new environment. Once I start working and earning more than 27,000 euros a year, I pay back a share of my income. Okay, so that's the deal, that's the arrangement, and its interesting aspect of it is that it makes it scalable. So the idea is that it attracts private investors and see this is actually a good investment opportunity for me with positive returns. Could be even a good way to diversify my portfolio because it could be orthogonal to other investments that I'm doing. And so the idea is that to prove whether this is in fact a model that is feasible and that could attract private investors. So another aspect that follows from this income share agreement is that there are no restrictions on when to enter the labor market and whether you want to go back or not to Uganda or move to another country. If you have a loan and you need to pay it back under a certain time period, you have the illusion of a choice, but you actually need to just work and start paying back. This is not the case here. Okay, so what we aim to contribute to different types of literatures. There is another slide with all the references having the appendix, and your names appear several times, but I try to shorten this a little bit. So first, we want to contribute to the very slim literature, mixing these two things, combining these two things, migration and education, as the name of the conference. That's a very slim literature. And then we also want to contribute to the migration literature. There you see Katya appears here, but we also have in the EAL, we have Frederick here. And we also have Caroline that is also presenting here. So now you can see why I'm so excited to be part of this conference. We also want to contribute to the literature on the returns to higher education and also kind of benchmark our effects with poverty graduation programs. Okay, and here the idea is a bit what Frederick was talking about is let's look at migration as a development tool, actually. Okay, and let's compare it with other development tools and see what are these benchmarks. Do we actually surpass these benchmarks or not? That is what we're trying to do here. Okay, so how do we do this? Essentially, we conduct a longitudinal service with applicants, the shortlisted applicants, and their social networks in Uganda. What do I mean with social networks? They were targeting the main caregiver, younger siblings, the closest friends, neighbors, and the children of these neighbors. Okay, and so we're conducting baseline service with each of these subjects and then follow up on them on a yearly basis to see what's happening in their lives. One important aspect of the study is that it's cohort-based. So as I mentioned, this is an NGO founded by Johannes, and in the first years it was small, and then it gradually expanded. Okay, so we have cohorts by year from 2021 until 2025. Okay. So far, we have roughly 700 shortlisted applicants, out of which 300 are in the treatment group. Okay, and the results I'm going to be showing today, they are super preliminary. Okay, and they are based on the first re-interview happening in 2024 with the first 3 cohorts of the Malengo program. Okay, so we're talking about an N of 300 and treatment group 150. What about duration stay? Here we have on average, these students have been 1.3 years in Germany at the time of the follow-up interview in 2024. And the re-interview rate that we achieve is 77%. So we are able to get at 77% of all the subjects. All right. What are the outcomes that we're looking at? First, we're looking at objective well-being, so income, right? Then we're looking at subjective well-being and mental health. Then we're looking at numeracy skills and at aspirations. Okay. So before we go to the results, let me just share with you some images of the neighborhoods of Malengo applicants. So here you see that the infrastructure of these neighborhoods is low, right? So Malengo seems to be successful at targeting really low-income individuals in Uganda, which at the same time have the educational background that allows them to be eligible at universities in Germany. And that's really the tricky part, right? Finding those people. So here they are. These are some pictures that we took for also a randomized campaign I'll be talking about later if we have enough time. Here you see some pictures of how they're doing and their lives in Germany. Okay, so yeah, please take these findings as incomplete results. And let's go down to them right away. The main takeaway or the main regression here, admitted applicants increased their monthly income by more than $800 in PPP terms already within their first year of study. Now, maybe it's important to add here that this effect is not driven by full-time employment, right? So it is not obvious at all that what happens after 1 year is that they will earn that much with student part-time jobs, and that they will be successful at getting those jobs while being students. The second thing that we find is that this does not come at a cost of subjective well-being. So you might think, as a Ugandan student in Germany in the first year, this could be an overwhelming experience with all the responsibilities of integrating, getting to know the new context, um, getting a job, performing well at that job. These are all things, also living away from your families, having a reduced social network. These are all things that could have a negative impact on your mental health and subjective well-being. But then at the same time, they are also fulfilling their educational goals while experiencing substantial income gains, and getting to know other youth from different backgrounds. So there are, these two stories. It seems like the story that it's an overwhelming experience is not driving the results. What we also find is that siblings and friends of admitted applicants seem to have higher aspirations, but of different nature. And I'll be talking about that in a second. And finally, with these randomized campaigns, we also see that learning about the Malengo program does increase migration intentions. It does increase effort a little bit, but it does not increase test scores. So learning about this migration opportunity fails at increasing test scores in a high stakes examination. Okay, so here are the results for income. Let me maybe focus on columns 1, 4, and 5. And here we have two panels, the applicants and the caregivers. Okay, so you look at monthly total income in nominal terms, and there you see that the treatment increases this monthly income by $900 US dollars. But then you could say, okay, maybe the transfer that Malengo gives to the students monthly in their first years of living is actually captured here. So that's why then we focus on labor income, leave any type of transfer out of the equation. And there we also find that the income gains are just really massive. The next thing that you could worry about is, what about the living costs? We know that in Germany things are more expensive. So once you account for that and transform into PPPs, you still see that, the effect is almost tripling income, monthly income in PPP terms. Now, for caregivers, we find no effect. Okay, so it might be that it's too early to talk about remittances after 1 year. And so we're going to be observing what happens to the caregiver's income when they have 2, 3, 4 years of being in Germany. Looking at labor market outcomes, those admitted applicants are more likely to engage in work for pay. So this seems to really these income gains are coming from work for pay and not from self-employment. All right. Now, again, we were worried after 1 year of study in Germany, you could be overwhelmed by this. Your mental health may be affected by it, your subjective well-being as well. We actually observed the opposite. And what's interesting is that, so these effects are in standard deviations. It's actually a sizable effect, right? So it looks like, fulfilling their educational goals and the whole experience, having agency, having empowerment, all these things seem to increase subjective well-being tremendously already after 1 year. Okay, and the same can be said about caregivers. Why caregivers? We still need to unpack all the mechanisms, but what we think could be at play here is, first, there are some remittances that might not be captured by our income question. So we know anecdotally, some of the scholars finance electricity in their houses. So they seem not to have like a regular remittances, but rather Every 6 months, I send large amounts such that my house can do this and that, right? And the other thing is that they can be happy for their children, right? They can be happy that if they can talk to them every day and they see that their children are happy, this, of course, also might extend to the caregiver. For the sibling and for the friend, we see that subjective well-being is not affected. Now, we also look at discrimination and harassment, okay? And here we see also an improvement. We see that in terms of discrimination, this was not experienced by the admitted applicants, but sexual harassment, you see that the likelihood of experiencing sexual harassment decreases. So this is reverse coded, of course. And this is driven mostly by women, so by the female admitted applicants. The same for safety, you know, how safe do you feel in your neighborhood walking at night? And your perception of violence towards you, this also decreases for the admitted applicants. Yes. Exactly. Yes. So the control mean is the applicants that were not admitted. And these are most of them, if not all, in Uganda. From the treatment group, only 86% of admitted applicants ended up in Germany. The other 14% remained in Uganda. Yeah. So this 40% that remain in Uganda are not in the control mean, right? They are included in here. Yeah. All right. So what about aspirations? What can we say there? It's being driven by different dimensions. So when we look at siblings, or maybe let me say first what are we looking at here? We're looking at aspirations in terms of education, right? So your educational aspirations, how much do you want to earn at age 35? Fertility, how many children do you want to have? And migration aspirations, okay? And what we see is that for the case of siblings, the education and the earnings aspirations go up, okay? But for the case of friends, it's really about fertility and migration, okay? So these are different natures driving the higher aspirations. Yes. Panel A is just these two pooled. Yeah. All right. Yeah, so we were wondering what is it? Again, we have more data than what I show you here, but we need to clean all we have. And we're running the second follow-up survey as we speak. So there are like, we need to prioritize some things. But what we think here is at play is the age of the respondents. So siblings are usually the younger sibling, and friends are typically of same age. Okay. And so maybe for the friends of the same age, they already kind of realize what's the education level that they will get because they are, 24 years old. They know what's happening. Maybe that also affects their earnings. So they seem to be realistic about this. But they still have agency or some control over whether they can migrate or not and how many children do they want to have. Whereas siblings, maybe how many children do you want to have? That's maybe for the future. But right now I'm 15 years old. And so my aspirations are more related to education and earnings. But I'm very happy to hear about your thoughts. All right. So, yeah, those are the results for the main impact study. And these are results for the second study, which randomizes the campaign. Here, Malengo goes to the schools in Uganda and tells them what the program is about, how can they apply, what is the minimum grade that they need in this high stakes examination. And they also exert, this idea that better grades improve the likelihood of being selected. Okay, so really, in a way, trying to induce the human capital investments to materialize this migration opportunity. So because the returns to this opportunity are extremely enormous, we believe that this is actually a powerful incentive for them to invest in their education. Okay, so we ask here, how does this experimentally induced knowledge about the opportunity to migrate affects aspirations, effort to study, and learning outcomes? Okay, how does the intervention look like in a bit more detail? So we are targeting ordinary and advanced level students. So that would be third year and fifth year of secondary school. Okay. And these are students that are having a high stakes test at the end of the school year. These matter, by the way, for the eligibility of the Malengo program and uni admission in Germany. So we have four components. First is a video, 16-minute video. The images I show you were part of this, where they can see how scholars in Germany are doing, where they can see how do you actually apply to the Malengo program, what are their requirements. We also show them earnings differences with and without university education. So what Pedro was showing today, for example, is something that we also show for the cases of Germany and Uganda. Then we have a guided discussion with them, such that we make sure that the main elements of this video are well understood, and that they take away with them that doing well in this exam is actually very important if I want to have a shot at this program. Yeah, so here you can see some images again, how the intervention looked like. This is a advanced level grade looking at the advertising video. And here you see the students in group discussions. We also put some posters about Malengo in prominent places of the schools to make sure that students keep informed about news about the program. So let me now share a bit about implementation and timeline. We are having a bit less than 400 schools in this RCT. So treatment schools are roughly 190, control schools as well. We don't have a placebo in control schools, and in the treatment schools, we do this for bundled intervention. Then we survey subsample of students going to the schools. So we take 12 A-level and 12 O-level students and run surveys with them to have a full sample of 8,000. Bit more on the timeline and how this, here it's really important to think about the timeline, because the hypothesis is that knowing about this intervention will make them exert more effort and perform better at the exam. So do they have enough time to actually do that? We had the baseline interview in July and August, the first follow-up in September. Then 3 months later, they had the exams. And now we are actually running, this should go until October 25. We're running the second follow-up survey. Okay, so in a nutshell here, we see that migration intentions went up, expectations as well, aspirations as well, but the effect already there is weaker, right? Only 0.07 standard deviations. But most importantly, we see no effects on grades. Okay, so here you see the grades distribution of treatment and control, and it is essentially, the same distribution. So maybe I should say a bit. Do I have 10 minutes? Yeah, great. Maybe I should say a bit, the score goes from 0 to 20 in this exam, right? And so on average, they got around 9.5. Yes. Yeah, so there are two things there. One is the requirement, which, if I'm not mistaken, is about here. And then there is that you will be shortlisted. And so better grades increases your probability of being shortlisted. Okay, when we look at effort, things like, do you think the exam is important for your life? Did you arrive late to the class? Did you get extra tutoring? Did you do additional practice tests? Or how many hours did you spend studying for this exam? We see there very small effects. So this is a bit puzzling at the moment, right? We know that they understood the importance of these grades. We know that they increased their migration aspirations and expectations. Through qualitative analysis, we also learned that they seem to believe that this opportunity is actually a wonderful opportunity for them. But when we look at efforts and test scores, we fail to see effects there. So why? Why no impact on grades? There we have various channels in mind, and that's why we're running now the long-term follow-up survey to try and elucidate what is it. So here we have some suspects. Do we think it was a lack of inspirational shift? There we have some evidence that this seems not to be the case. Do we think that they were overconfident? Oh, I need a 15 for the Malengo program. I don't need to study more because I'll get 15 with what I'm studying. In fact, we have some evidence of that. So here you see again, this is the actual grade received. This is the expected grade. Okay, so here you see that it's shifted tremendously to the right. Everyone thinks that, on average, they're going to get a 13, but actually they got much less. Yes. Yes. Yeah, great point. So these are high stakes and externally implemented. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, so I don't have it here, but if you look at the 45-degree line, expected grade and real, you see the entire cloud up there. So everyone is expecting a much better grade than what they actually receive. But so we're asking a bit more about that. We also believe that maybe Malengo was perceived as less selective. You need to get this low grade to be eligible, and better grades increase your likelihood. But maybe university in Uganda has higher requirements. We actually know, in fact, that they are more restrictive. And if they were already thinking about that, then maybe, we expanded the set of options, but the optimal effort, we didn't move that needle because they were already at that optimal effort. So we're trying to understand whether that was a play here. What about low perceived chance of being selected? This would be a bit odd. So we see that 11% of applicants were actually admitted. So you have a fairly high probability of getting admitted. Yeah. So I'm very happy to talk as well about this and potential additional ideas that you might have. So conclusion, we study the impacts of international education on migration. We see massive income gains. If you consider that these are student part-time jobs, they are really incredible. We see that income gains or this experience does not come at a cost of mental health or subjective well-being. Siblings and friends are aspiring more and learning about the program increasing migration intentions, but not really test scores. So what are longer term questions that we want to answer? What are career paths that these students pursue? How does integration work? Will the income share agreement work? So that's a big one, right? The idea is that if we prove that this model actually works, then this missing market, this current missing market, starts appearing and starts getting constructed, private investors getting in the sector, and hopefully opening opportunities for more educational migrants. And then, of course, what about the spillovers on the home communities? There we want to keep tracking. In particular for caregivers, we don't find anything after 1 year. So we want to see if that, at what point in time does that remittance effect kicks in. Yeah. So let me finalize with can this model scale? Here you see the first cohort, cohort 2021. There were just a handful of Malengo scholars. And here you see that in 2024 already, you see how the program has been expanding. Again, I think investors are also interested in this RCT evidence to see what to make out of this. And we hope that we can inform that debate. And let me finalize with the same message as Frederick. So you were trying to convince me, Frederick, but I'm already convinced. So shrinking populations in high-income countries, that's a big, big problem, right? There is no real alternative, like he was saying. So the best we can do is try and design and control pathways that make it a good experience for everyone. And so, we'll see if this is one of those potential channels. So thank you very much.
We have some purposes that
Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot, Marcelo. Well, we have been following closely Malengo from the beginning of our own project. Several questions. I will try to trim them. First one, you talked about in the first part, you talked about 86% of implementation, right? Something like that. And the program has several things, right? It includes not just the financial part, but also the mentoring part. And actually, from our experience and talking about scalability, scale up mentoring and keep the relationships between mentor and mentee can be particularly challenging. Do you have any evidence on your treatment untreated results by the share of mentoring sessions that happen or by the intensity of these mentoring sessions? Because, there is also this famous paper by Wussmann showing the impacts of mentoring in German universities that show large impacts. But from our experience, mentoring can be very, very difficult to implement and scale up, and to see these treated untreated effects by the intensity of mentoring, I think it could be interesting. Yeah.
Can you begin by explaining who are the mentors?
Yes. All right. So that's super interesting. So mentors are different types. We have different types of mentors, or Malengo has different types of mentors. There are those that are volunteers, German volunteers. There are those that are getting paid for it. And there are also the Malengo scholars of the first cohorts are actually also acting as mentors sometimes. So at some point we were thinking actually would be interesting to see which mentorship is more effective. But the numbers do not allow to do that quantitatively. But it's something that we want to also take a look. I can just give you qualitative, anecdotal stories about how it works. It is documented, but we still need to kind of merge it, at the scholar level and start looking for patterns. So they do have group sessions, but then the idea is that the individual pairs continue to be in contact every 3-4 months, where the mentor tries to help with the problems. Could it be education? It could be labor market, housing. And at the very beginning, the mentors also help a bit more with finding an apartment.
Yeah, I think that, well, part of my life now is to work on implementation, and there is really interest to see how different levels of implementation of the same idea produce different results. And I think since we potentially have this variation, that could be a super interesting question to explore further. On the results on the first part, also on that increase on income, I suppose that the mechanism there is because of better matching in the labor market potentially. But do you have any evidence regarding the scores of these students? For example, are they working more and this is crowding out some study time and this will affect scores? Can you say something on this? And then I have other questions, but we can leave that to later.
Yeah. Okay, maybe quickly on the labor market aspect. So Malengo does have one person working full time on advising them how to actually get jobs that match their profile. I think that's one important element of the support apparatus that Malengo offers. Then on education, so what we hear is that they are doing okay. So they are on average not the best in class, but they have good grades. They have okay grades. They do have a delay on, in which semester should they be in terms of credits acquired and how many do they have acquired. That, I must say, also occurs for Germans and other internationals. It could be that the lag is a bit higher for Malengo scholars, precisely for the things that I guess you're thinking about, which is they have to work and integrate and so on. So someone that should be at 2 years of credits accumulated is at 1.2, 1.3 credits accumulated. For the German student, for a 3-year bachelor program, is not uncommon that to take 3.5 or 4 years even. So we think that it might be a bit more than this. It could be that if the trajectory continues, they might end up after 4.5 or so years. But it depends a lot on how they catch up. So maybe the right answer is it's too early to call it. So a lot of control do not go to university at all. Yeah. Yes.
Sure. So, a question. Maybe I was distracted and I did not really listen to the beginning. I was digesting the questions I had before. Um, h- on average, your guys that you sent from Uganda to Germany, do you have one student per school of origin or a group of students per school? I guess that in general, you will select one student in a particular school and send it to Uganda, to Germany, and he will be isolated there, right? It's not a group of students from the same school in Uganda that you send to Germany.
So this is flexible. It doesn't have to be one.
Okay, there is no rule.
There is no rule about this, yeah.
Because you care about mental health, well-being, and so on. And one of the papers I prefer in the literature is the one of Mobarak, Brian, the Econometrica paper that they have in Bangladesh. When I read the abstract of this paper and the beginning of the paper, so they offer a bus ticket to people, and these people who are in rural areas affected adversely by climate change. So they give a bus ticket, and these guys go to the cities, they find a job, and so on. So initially, I thought it was a question of financial constraint. A small bus ticket could make a difference, but it's not that. It's the fact that in a village, you convince 10 people to go together to the city, and they create a solidarity network. So one is going to find a job before the others, the other one is going to cook for the others, so to clean the apartment, there is a turnover. And having this solidarity network in Germany, in your case, or in, I don't know, the capital of Bangladesh, makes a huge difference. So if you want to tackle this well-being problem, Have you thought about trying to create this network at origin and solidarity? This could be a game changer, no?
Yeah, great. Thanks for that great input. Yeah, so uh, we don't have any restrictions on this. It turns out that in at least cohort 3, which is the one that I'm showing the results here, we have 110, 120 scholars. They come from 100 different schools. But that's not because we designed that it turned out to be like that. So, yeah, it's a good idea to try. There is a workshop that occurs like 6 months in advance, 6, 7 months in advance to the actual trip to Germany, where they get to know each other, where they get to learn about, what's the trip going to be, how is it going to work out. The parents come as well. It's a retreat, actually, a couple of days. And I think the idea is that direction, that there is a community formation there going on, and maybe that's true. Maybe that plays a role also while being in Germany. Yeah, yeah. Maybe we should document that more. Yeah.
Can I just comment? It's related, but I was just thinking that it can work and also afterwards, right? So, I mean, it's harder to document, I guess, if you have them coming from many different universities. That, I mean, if that community takes place, it's like an online community, right? Because they are not all together. But for sure, what should be happening is that same effect afterwards.
Yeah.
Okay, so that one, I think, I mean, you may be able to document in the questionnaire that you are.
Right. Yeah. Thanks so much.
I wanted to ask one question also about the campaign. Your last,
Yes.
which school you selected the schools where you went to? Because my question, has you showed that there is this huge difference between expected grades and actual grades?
Yeah.
I was thinking if you selected the schools in a way that this also contributed to this. Because if you go to weaker schools, probably this will happen more.
Yeah, they are. So the ones that were not included were elite schools, because Malengo is targeting low income individuals. So those with very high fees um, were excluded. They needed to make decisions or targeting where do we go.
Okay.
And so this could be something. Yeah. So it could be something you're kind of saying. The quality of schooling does not permit for the brain gain to materialize.
What I was saying
No.
more basically was that the quality of the school may affect the misperception of students of their level of knowledge. That was my, and then it may affect what you're saying, but it's
Right.
pretty bad.
Yes. No. Thanks for that. Yeah. That's interesting.
Any other question? Or maybe we have a small pause here to then have Caroline online. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, awesome.
Yeah. Thanks. I'm happy that.
Hi, Caroline. Can you hear us?
Hi, yes, can you hear me?
Yes. Perfectly.
Perfect.
Okay.
Let
So,
me try to make this full screen so you can see.
yes, we can.
Okay, perfect.
Tá bom, certo? Okay. So, I think you can begin. You have 45 minutes of presentation.
35 or 45, just to confirm.
40, yeah, up to 45. But I was leaving some time to questions.
Yes, I think I'll talk for maybe about
Okay,
talk for about 30 minutes and then open up for questions if that sounds good.
great.
Okay.
Okay, you don't need me to tell you the time, do you?
Okay. Wonderful.
Okay.
Wonderful.
When you begin, when you can begin. Okay.
Great. Wonderful. So thank you so much for having me. I'm sorry to join you by Zoom. I'm not in Cape Verde myself. I have uh, I have to say my interests in international migration actually stem in large part from when I was working in Boston after college, and I was working with a large group of immigrants from Cape Verde who worked with me at the Federal Reserve Bank in Boston. And they shared with me so many wonderful stories of their home and also of their migration to the United States, music, food, things like that. And so I wish I could be with you all, but another time, I hope. So thank you so much for having me. So what I want to talk about today is about the development impacts of migration on origin countries, particularly focusing on impacts on human capital. And I got to see the great presentation about Malengo just before this. And so it will touch upon many of the ideas that the Malengo program is trying to capitalize on. So I look forward to a rich discussion at the conclusion of the presentation as well. So where I want to start is with the idea, how does migration lead to a loss of human capital? And so we all know that international migration rates are high globally, and this is particularly true for skilled workers. Okay, so for example, 18% of individuals from low income countries with a bachelor's degree are actually living in OECD countries. To give you another sense of the statistics, across sub Saharan Africa, the Caribbean, and the Pacific, people with tertiary education are 30 times more likely to move than less educated workers. Okay, and so as a result of this movement from developing to wealthy countries, many researchers and policymakers and governments often argue that international migration is sure to cause a loss of human capital, or colloquially what we refer to as brain drain, of workers from origin countries. I think this debate receives particular prominence as it relates to healthcare workers. And this is largely because of the potential for negative consequences on local health, negative externalities that we might see on local health. And so I think this discourse has become particularly relevant since the COVID-19 pandemic, when the magnitude of the shortages of healthcare workers became particularly apparent and also particularly severe. So what we see is we often let me switch these slides. And so what we see is that the social scientists are broadly concerned about this idea of brain drain. And we see this across the social sciences, with sociologists often characterizing skilled migrant flows as a form of exploitation, or pointing to international migration as a cause of underdevelopment. Political scientists will often talk about the exit of individuals who could have advocated for political change at home, and dovetailing to this exit versus voice theory, that those who would have spoken out for political change instead are leaving. Economists often worry about fiscal and other externalities from losing skilled capital at home. And we also see groups like the WHO, who lists 55 countries where the recruitment of workers should be subject to safeguards because these countries face shortages of medical workers. Okay, so while it may seem intuitive that when people migrate away, this removes their human capital from the origin country, outmigration doesn't necessarily imply that there'll be a net loss of human capital at the origin. Okay? This is because migration opportunities can also create human capital at home, and this can occur through a number of different mechanisms. Causally, this has been really challenging to estimate. Okay, so what we would really like to know is the effect of migration on human capital. And something like the Malengo Project is doing this really well in a randomized control trial setting that can identify this in a causal way for us. So it was really exciting to see those results. I've heard a lot about the project, but I haven't actually seen the results yet. So that was fantastic to see. And so I think the reason this is so difficult is we often think about that migration isn't randomized. Certain people choose to migrate, and they may have differences in the way they invest in education. And so in recent years, there's been significant progress on estimating these effects through a variety of mechanisms. And so that's a part of what I'll talk about today. Okay, so to think about the mechanisms through which human capital can be affected through migration, I want to use a figure from a recent paper that Katya and I and some co-authors wrote that came out in Science this summer, where we think through theoretically how human capital can diffuse through migration. Okay, so I want to start out with this figure and think about migration opportunities. Okay, and so I think the most obvious channel, perhaps the most intuitive channel, is the one about brain drain. So high skilled workers leave their country of origin, and this leads, when people emigrate, particularly in the case of skilled workers, this leads to brain drain as these workers take their skills and talents with them. Okay? However, we could also think about these migration opportunities incentivizing workers to invest in skills that are valued at the destination. Okay? And so these incentives to invest in education could actually lead to a brain gain if not all individuals who invest in education actually migrate abroad. Okay, so for example, suppose I'm growing up and I see that there are high wage opportunities that require skill somewhere abroad, and so I decide to invest in that education. Maybe I decide to become a nurse. Okay, because of visa limitations and because sometimes people just decide they don't actually want to migrate, not everyone who invests in education will choose to go. And so this can lead to a brain gain at home, and this could lead to a direct increase in the stock of human capital. Okay, and so there's been a debate in economics about this sort of brain drain versus brain gain phenomenon. However, even if we only think about the emigration channel, about this brain drain channel where people have migration opportunities and they leave, there can still be important mechanisms through which migration can affect human capital. Okay? I think perhaps the most obvious is remittances. Okay, workers find jobs overseas and they send money back home again. A couple of other potential channels are that workers eventually return home again, and they return home with new skills from the destination country that they're able to use in their country of origin. And if they don't return, however, they may send back ideas. They may transfer knowledge about processes that they learned about while they were abroad. And this can have positive impacts for the country of origin as well. Okay, so if we think about this directly in relation to the human capital stock, remittances are often used to invest in human capital. Okay, this return migration, we can think about return migration. When people bring back knowledge, this could lead, for example, to better trade linkages. Okay, it could lead to innovation at home. We've seen there's some nice evidence that shows that there are more patents that are developed when there are migration channels, whether knowledge transfers or return migration, that there's an increase in patent development. Or there could even be business development, things along those lines. There's also some really nice evidence that shows when immigrants are exposed to different political systems, such as a stronger democracy, this transfers back to the country of origin. And Katia and Pedro have some really nice work in Cape Verde where they look at this transmission of political norms and they show the implications that exposure to migration has in terms of the people wanting to vote, people wanting transparency in the election process and things along those lines. Okay, so I think that this area I think is really exciting, thinking about these sort of political norms transfers. In some similar work with Susan Codlinton, I have a paper where we show that exposure to more liberalized reproductive health policies when migrants are abroad can lead to lower fertility at home through the adoption of modern contraceptive methods. Okay, so in all of these cases, this has involved individuals going abroad, but the transfer of information or money back home again in ways that can have real implications for human capital. Okay? From this, okay, each of these can lead to increases in income and consumption as well as to health. And so we can think about this not just affecting human capital, but also affecting well-being of individuals in the country of origin. There can also, of course, be direct transfers. Remittances may be funneled directly into income, consumption, and health. And so that's kind of why we have this arrow across the top as well. Okay. So what I want to talk about today is I want to focus on case studies where migration leads to human capital diffusion in origin countries. Okay, and I'm going to focus on two particular studies that I've worked on over the past several years to illustrate these points. But I want to highlight that all of these channels that I mentioned here, there's a rich literature on these, much of it by people in the room with you right now. And so I would encourage you to take a look at this paper that Katia and I and our co-authors have that has a review of many papers on this topic. And either of us would be happy to point you in the direction of certain particular papers if you have particular interest based on that figure. But what I'm going to focus on today is I'm going to focus first on a paper that I have with Gaurav Khanna, Amir Murathanoglu, and Dean Yong that looks at the long-run development impacts from international migration. And then second, I'll talk about a paper that I have with Paulo Abarcar that thinks directly about this brain drain, brain gain phenomena and about the ability to invest in human capital due to migration opportunities. Okay, so where I want to start is thinking about this relationship between migration, remittances, and investments in schooling. Okay, so you can imagine a really simple figure where we think about migration having impacts on remittances. Okay, so people migrate, this leads them to remit money back home. Some of that money, similar to the previous figure, gets invested in schooling. When there are investments in schooling, that may fuel further migration, and this cycle can continue. Okay, but in some sense, this is a little bit difficult to identify because while migration may affect investments in schooling may also affect migration. And so we get this sort of reverse causality problem where it's difficult for us to be able to exactly identify what's the effect of an additional migrant on human capital in the origin country, which is really kind of policy the policy effect that we'd like to know, or the coefficient that we'd like to know in order to determine how we might set up migration and human capital policy. Okay, so what my co-authors and I do in this paper is we think about, well, we need some sort of shock to migrant income, okay? We want to have some shock to migrant income such that we can see what happens over the long run to things like investments in education, as well as just overall development of origin areas. Okay, generally, if we think about places that have higher migrant income, okay, relative to places that have lower migrant income, we might be concerned that those places with higher migrant income also have better education systems. And so we wouldn't be able to establish this as a causal effect. Okay, so what we're going to do in this paper is we're going to leverage exchange rate shocks from the 1997 Asian financial crisis. And we're going to do this in the context of the Philippines. So as you may know, Filipinos migrate abroad to a wide range of destination countries. Okay, they go broadly throughout Asia to Japan, Taiwan, Singapore. They also migrate to the Gulf, to Saudi Arabia and the UAE, as well as to Italy, other countries in Europe, and throughout Canada, Australia, the US. So they go to a wide range of different destination countries. Okay, so in 1997, the Asian financial crisis occurred. And what happened was there was the Philippine peso suddenly depreciated quite rapidly against many other currencies worldwide. And so, at the time of the Asian financial crisis, there were many Filipinos abroad in a whole host of different destination countries. And so, as a result, when they remitted their money back home, or they brought their income back home after migration, they were exposed to many different exchange rate shocks that affected the conversion rate to Philippine pesos. So for example, if you look at Saudi Arabia, I don't know if you can see my cursor, but is this light orange line. Okay, so currency in Saudi Arabia rapidly appreciated against the Philippine peso. And so when migrants in Saudi Arabia sent money back home, this resulted in many more pesos than they would have had otherwise. On the other hand, if you look at countries like Korea or Malaysia, there was much less of an appreciation of the currency, and so there wasn't that much of a shock to the peso income that migrants would be converting back to Philippine pesos. So what we see here is this kind of fanning out in terms of different shocks. Okay, now, the other source of variation that we use in thinking about these positive shocks to migration is that there's a distribution of these shocks across the Philippines. So on the right, what I'm showing you is a heat map of the Philippines. And so Filipino migration was largely determined by historical migration patterns. So there are certain provinces in the Philippines that historically have sent migrants to particular destinations, and other provinces that have historically sent to other destinations. So for example, the province of Batangas typically sends a large portion of migrants to Italy. If you actually were to visit certain towns in Batangas, the houses are actually built to look like Italian villas, and you can go to lots of Italian restaurants and things like that, sort of emphasizing the importance of these networks. And so what you can see here is that what we're doing is we've aggregated baseline, so before the 1997 shock, migrant income per capita in these provinces. So we have data on the wages earned by all migrants from these provinces. And we aggregate this and we look at how large a shock these places would have experienced based on their historical migrant networks. Okay, so if you look about midway into the map, I'll circle it with my cursor if you can see it. You can see that this province experienced a large positive shock to migrant income. Okay, so the darker red is a larger positive shock. Then you have some provinces that are much lighter in color, and so they experienced a much smaller shock. Those provinces had migrants who historically were in places that didn't experience a large exchange rate shock relative to the Philippine peso. Okay, and so what this variation shows us with the darker red areas is places that experienced a much larger positive shock to migrant income versus relative to places that did not. Okay, and so that's the variation that we're going to leverage to try to identify these effects. So this occurred in 1997. We're going to look at effects on in around 20 years later, so about 2015, to see the implications that this had for development. And so what we find is that that initial shock to migrant income was magnified sixfold over this almost 20-year period. Now that sounds huge. Okay, so I want to break down exactly how this is happening. Okay, and so we classify income into two categories. We have global income, which is income that's coming from abroad. Okay, for example, from remittances. And then we have domestic income, which is income that's earned at home. Okay, and so what we find is that 73.6% of the gains in income are actually coming through domestic income. Okay, well, why is domestic income increasing by so much? It's increasing because there are huge investments in education levels at home. There are huge gains to human capital in the Philippines, in these provinces that experience positive migrant income shocks. We also see increases in things like entrepreneurship and business development that have helped fuel these income gains. We also see high-skilled migration increase. So in these provinces that experienced a positive income shock, we see that migrants are shifting from migrating in low-skilled occupations to migrating in higher-skilled occupations where wages are higher, and perhaps working conditions are also better, which is certainly a concern of the Philippine government, thinking about the potential exploitation that their workers may face. Okay, and so overall, kind of the takeaway from this paper is that international migration has really broadened the economic development in these origin communities, partially through this mechanism of increases in human capital, increases in education broadly. Okay, so that's the first paper that I wanted to talk about, and I'm happy at the end to answer any more detailed questions about that paper. The second piece of research I want to talk about is a paper that I wrote with Paulo Abercar, also in the Philippines, where we think about the brain drain versus brain gain of healthcare workers. Okay? So many developed countries face shortages of medical workers. And this is something, again, that became particularly apparent during the COVID-19 pandemic. I think, for example, and so what these countries often do is they'll often recruit foreign-born nurses. I think when the UK gave its first COVID vaccine, one thing that the Philippines was really proud of is that the person who was chosen to give the first COVID vaccine was actually a Filipino nurse who had migrated to the UK for employment. So we see these shortages of medical workers on a global scale. And so for migrant origin developing countries, this recruitment could lead to a scarcity or a brain drain of healthcare professionals. And there's a rich literature that looks at this and how this could contribute to poor health outcomes for the local population. Alternatively, theoretically, it's been proposed that immigration and high prospective returns abroad could lead to skill acquisition or brain gain in the ways that I described earlier when we looked at that figure. And so I think despite the theoretical prevalence of this debate, there's a need for more causal empirical evidence on this topic. There is some. I think there's some really nice work by Kana and Morales looking at IT workers in India and the way that restrictions on H-1B visas in the US has led to development of the IT sector. Again, Katya has done some really nice work in Cape Verde looking at impacts on brain drain and brain gain and showing some brain gain impacts. And our paper in Science also talks about this in much more detail in terms of an overall review. I'll talk a little bit at the end of my presentation about why I think we need more research than what we already have, though I think it's great that we've developed a bit more of a base of evidence on this over the past 10 or 20 years. Okay, so if we think about this particular case study, okay, many developing countries actually encourage the migration of healthcare professionals as a potential development strategy. Okay, and Filipinos represent the largest group of foreign-born nurses. And so the case of the Philippines is particularly useful if we want to examine the effects of migration opportunities on origin country human capital. Okay, so most Filipino nurse migrants are in the US, or at least they were at this period in time. About 74% of Filipino nurses who migrate to the US. Okay, not 74% of Filipino nurses, but of the nurses who migrate, 74% of them come to the US. And so US visa policy is what really dictates how many of these migrants are able to come to the US. And so what I'm showing you here in the figure, if you look at the black line with the black circles, you can see that this is the number of Filipino nurses migrating to the US over a 25-year period. Okay, if you look prior to the year 2000, you can see that this hovers around 1,500 nurses per year. However, in 2000, the US modified their visa policy such that the number of visas for Filipinos increased. They did this in a couple of ways. First, they did this by removing the cap on the share of workers that could originate from a given country. Okay, so these like diversity caps that the US has on visas. I think no country can have more than 7% of these visas. Okay, so they released that. And they also released a series of previously unused EB visas or employment-based visas for Schedule A occupations. Okay, so Schedule A occupations are occupations in which there's a shortage of US-born workers to do these jobs. And so what this did was this led to a dramatic increase in the number of Filipinos migrating to the US in each year. Okay, so if you look around the year 2000, you can see that there's a pretty dramatic increase in the number of nurse migrants. This goes from about 1,500 prior to the year 2000 up to almost 7,000 in 2006. That's the peak right here. Okay. However, in 2007, the processing of these visas stopped, and visas for Filipino nurses fell to around their 2000 level. So this is from 2006 to 2007, and you can see this pretty dramatic drop. Okay. The visas fell, and they recover a bit, but if I were to extend this beyond 2015, they never recover to the levels that they were in those last years when visas were much easier to obtain. Okay, and so what our research does is it uses these policy shocks from changes in U.S. visa policy, and we combine that again with the geographic migrant networks that I mentioned before to examine the effects on origin country human capital in the Philippines. Okay, so we're able to use this plausibly exogenous variation to try to identify the effects of these new migrant opportunities for Filipino nurses on what happens to human capital back in the Philippines. Okay. So in the paper, which I'm happy to send you a copy of, or it's also on my website, we use an event study, so it's sort of a differences analysis to causally estimate our effects. But I'm going to show you the results today in the aggregate data, because I actually think they're quite clear to see in the aggregate data, such that we can look at them in this way. So here what I'm showing you is 4-year enrollment in tertiary education programs in the Philippines. Okay, so to become a nurse in the Philippines, you need a 4-year bachelor's degree. And then you actually have to take a licensing exam in the Philippines. And then if you want to come to the US, you have to pass the NCLEX, which is the nursing licensure exam in the US. Okay, so if you were to look at these enrollment counts, again, nursing is in black with the black circles. Okay, you can see that this is around 150,000, 100,000 individuals across all 4 years of college enrolling in nursing programs until 2000. At which point we see a really dramatic increase in the number of individuals enrolling in nursing programs. Okay, this peaks in 2006, and then it slowly starts to decline after that when there's the contraction. Now, why was this not an instantaneous contraction, like what we see here, okay, where there was a sudden decline? Well, these individuals, they may be in their 3rd year of college and they've invested in degree-specific human capital such that it makes sense for them to finish this degree. So they don't immediately just exit from these programs. They can't easily transfer across degree types, and so they still persist to graduation in these types of degrees. Okay, but what we see is this inverse U shape where the number enrolled increases and then it decreases following the decline in visa access. Okay, if we were to look at this same figure for graduation, okay, it would effectively be divided by 4 because just one cohort graduates each year. And it's delayed by 4 years because it takes 4 years to graduate. But what this led to was the visa expansion led to a 247% increase in nursing graduates. Okay, so this was an incredibly large increase in the number of nursing graduates. One of the things that's really nice about this policy change is the way it was an expansion and then a contraction. Okay, so it makes it difficult to imagine that these effects are just because education's increasing in the Philippines during this period in time. Okay, because what we see is we see a response to the expansion of visas, and then we see a decline in enrollment in response to fewer available visas. Okay, now one of the things that you may be worried about is, well, suppose these individuals just aren't getting a very good nursing education, okay, such that they could never pass these licensure exams. And so what we show in the paper is that for each individual nurse who migrates abroad, there are 9 more who pass the Philippine licensure exam, okay? Now, there are also a number who don't pass it, and that's a point of consideration that I want to talk about a little bit later in the presentation. But what this means is that for each nurse who goes abroad, okay, there are 9 more at home in the Philippines who are credentialed as a nurse and can work in a hospital as a nurse, okay? The enrollment effects that we see are largely driven by switches from other fields, from other types of degrees. And you can see this here because you see a similar, you see the inverse pattern of what you see in nursing enrollment. You see a U shape, right? You see business enrollment decline and then start to increase again in 2007. You see similar things for education and STEM. So this really is coming from switching behavior, people switching from other fields, not from new individuals enrolling in college for the first time. That said, we do see an overall increase in college graduates. And this increase in college graduates is because these individuals in nursing programs appear to be more likely to persist and actually complete their degree and not drop out of their degree. Okay, I think there are some important questions to consider about whether this shifting across fields is good for welfare in the Philippines more broadly. But that is kind of the story that we're seeing here. But we are seeing that, in as much as just completing any college degree is a good thing, in that it opens up labor market opportunities, we are seeing an increase overall in human capital in terms of college graduates. Okay, I think that the next thing that I want to consider is, how was this possible? Okay, I think economists have long thought that brain gain might be theoretically possible, but lots have argued that empirically it's unlikely to occur because of supply constraints. And so what we're able to do with the data that we have from the Philippines is we're actually able to look at how the supply of nursing programs change. Okay, and so again, I'm going to show you this in the aggregate, and you can see that prior to the expansion of nursing visas in 2000, there were about 180 nursing schools in the Philippines. Okay, in 2000, we see that this increases quite dramatically through 2007, at which point this stays flat. We don't really see the programs closing during this period in time, but it stays relatively flat. This increase in programs is mostly driven by private institutions, okay? And the increase is almost entirely from existing private institutions adding nursing programs rather than new institutions opening, okay? So this would be like my university, Amherst College. We don't have a nursing program. We're a private college deciding to add a nursing program rather than the new Amherst School of Nursing opening down the street from my institution, okay? The other thing that I want to highlight is that the enrollment effects appear to be concentrated in provinces with a larger share of private institutions without nursing programs. And so what I think this highlights that's really important is that the implications or the ability to find this kind of brain gain effect, I think hinges really closely on a flexible tertiary education system. Okay, so for the Philippines to experience these large gains in nursing enrollment, graduation, and licensed nurses, it required that new programs could be added relatively flexibly. And so the Philippines has a quite well-developed post-secondary education system in a way that is relatively flexible. Many other countries may have much different constraints. And so I think I think our results are useful, but I would caution you to think carefully about what the supply side looks like when you think about applying this to other contexts. Okay, so in terms of directions for future empirical work and policy, I think what these two papers show, and the reason I wanted to highlight them for you today, is they show that brain gain and brain circulation aren't just theoretical possibilities, but they're also empirically relevant. Okay? But I want to highlight that I think, just as I was saying on the previous slide, that the outcomes may differ in poorer countries. Okay? There may be supply constraints, like what I mentioned before, or there may be fewer opportunities to invest in skill specifically. And I think much of the literature that we have to date focuses on a few large middle income countries like the Philippines and India and Mexico. And so what's happening in these countries may not actually be relevant for other countries that are smaller, have less well-developed education systems. And so I think really pushing for more work on this, which I know many of you are doing in Cape Verde in particular, I think pushing for work on this in other settings is really important to understand exactly what's happening in terms of these brain gain and brain drain responses. Okay. Further, I think where we really need more evidence is to think about how to design effective policies for the origin region. Okay. Broadly, we know little about the equilibrium effects, the general equilibrium effects that could occur. Okay. So, for example, if everyone switches to nursing, what about the counterfactual degree? Are we missing out on development opportunities because people are switching their degree types? In other words, are we misallocating talent from other sectors that could have had these sorts of development impacts? Okay. Are countries investing in the wrong type of skill? Okay. And specifically, you could also have that heterogeneity may exist based on the type of skill departing. Okay. So there's been some discussion that suppose these nurses are all investing in geriatric care because they're going to move to places with aging populations like Japan or Israel or Canada. But what they need at home is more pediatric care. This may not be the correct investment in the type of skill. Okay. And then I think the other thing I want to mention is, I've shown you that the Philippines has many more licensed nurses as a result. However, are there opportunities in the local economy to employ this educated labor? Okay, so in the case of the Philippines, we show that there actually were more employed nurses as a result of the policy changes. However, anecdotally, when I meet with like the Department of Labor in the Philippines or the Ministry of Health, or just even Filipino hospitals, they'll often still report shortages despite a huge surplus of individuals with nursing degrees in the Philippines. And if you talk to trained nurses there, they'll often report low pay and poor working conditions. And so they'll opt out of working in nursing in hospitals or in nursing schools, and they'll switch to the lucrative BPO sector. So the Philippines has lots and lots of call centers. They all require a college degree, and many insurance companies actually locate there. So these nurses can use their medical training for much higher wages as a result. And so one of the things that I think is one of the most important questions to think about in the current moment is how can origin countries reap the benefits of this migration-induced human capital increase? How can they leverage these increases in nurses in the Philippines to actually benefit the local population? Now, those individual nurses may be better off. They're earning higher wages. But how can we think of this as sort of a development strategy more broadly? Okay, and so I think just kind of broadly, to wrap up, and then we'll have some time for questions, migration is an important diffuser of human capital, and it shapes the human capital of the labor force and the general population. And so the first paper I talked about shows that these effects persist in the long run. Okay, and I also mentioned some work by me and by others that talks about how international migration can facilitate the transmission of ideas, whether that's about political norms or reproductive health norms, or other types of norms. I think that more work is needed to consider whether these effects are actually welfare enhancing. Okay. I think that what would be helpful here is that rather than in the future documenting origin country responses to migration shocks, we should really be looking toward partnerships with policymakers to actively identify policies that will enhance benefits and reduce the costs of skilled worker migration. Okay, so what do I mean by this? There are a number of proposed policies that think about diaspora engagement policies. So while high-skilled workers may be abroad, are there ways that there can be diaspora engagement such that knowledge can be transferred in meaningful ways? Okay, maybe you have nurses that are abroad somewhere. They're learning how to use new types of technology, new types of equipment, ways of charting patients' charts. Can that somehow be diffused back to the country of origin? And the other thing that I think potentially shows a lot of promise is this idea of global skills partnerships, okay? And so partnerships that involve the migrant themselves, the country of origin, and the country of destination, or perhaps the country of destination is involved in this global skills partnership in a way that they provide some training to individuals in the country of origin such that they build up human capital infrastructure in ways that will benefit the local population while still benefiting the destination country and the migrant themselves. There have been some examples of this globally. The Philippines has experimented with some. There are some experiments happening throughout sub-Saharan Africa right now, trying to think about the best ways to do these global skills partnerships. But I think more evidence on this and more sort of partnerships between academics and policymakers is going to be really crucial to understand the best ways that we can do this. So I'll stop there and open it up to questions. Thank you so much for listening.
Who wants to be?
Hi, Caroline. This is Katya. Nice to hear you, as always. Well, let me give you the disclaimer that you were talking to people that were already a bit converted to what you were saying. But I still have a question that I was curious to hear you about. So, I mean, you talked about this topic that I'm also very sensitive about, which is the need that perhaps countries of origin to invest in infrastructure, training infrastructure for the skills they need. And I was trying to understand better. So maybe you can comment on these for the context of the Philippines. So you were saying that, well, nurses get the training, that they are back home, they are trained, but they prefer better paying jobs than being a nurse. Now, for the Philippines, what would be your suggestion? Meaning, I mean, would you kind of choose the sectors where skills are needed, trying to promote some sort of brain gain there? Or what would you advise based on what you were saying for the Philippines specifically?
Yeah, it's a great question, Katya. And I think I'm not sure how great my answer is in some sense, in that I really think this is maybe the most exciting area for work. And I'd be very keen to talk to any of you about ways we might be able to think about this. So I can tell you that in discussions I had with the Department of Labor and Employment several years ago, one of the things they were talking about is should they unionize nurses? Should they provide provide nurses with the ability to unionize such that they could use collective bargaining to advocate for better wages? Now that seems like a pretty wild proposition for Department of Labor to be thinking about this sort of thing. Um, but that's kind of how severely they're worrying about these potential conditions. Now, would there be ways potentially to combine this with like a global skills partnership where if you work at home for 5 years, you get preference to migrate or you get better options to migrate? I think perhaps there could be things like that that could encourage people to work in these jobs. There is a requirement in the Philippines that people actually have to work at home and get some experience before they go abroad. This is more on the end of the employers. But what this really led to was honestly some pretty bad schemes where nurses were actually paying to get experience in the local hospitals rather than actually gaining employment. And so I think some sort of attention to these conditions. I wrote a working paper with a Filipino scholar who's a sociologist who's done a lot of work on nurses in partnership with the Philippine Department of Migrant Workers. And one of the things that we've been thinking a bit about is, are there ways for for the destination country governments to provide some support in the local hospitals, whether that's proper PPE like masks and gloves and things that may not be there in terms of working conditions, or whether that's wage support. I think that's something that could potentially have promise. The global skills partnerships largely thus far have focused on, a few professors from, say, Germany coming and teaching some classes in the local hospitals, but perhaps this should actually be financial support to make those working conditions better. I don't know if these are the things that will work, but I think really active, like, brainstorming about the ways we can do this and then trying to test these with policymakers, I think is really kind of a fundamental next step.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Here is Admir from the University of Cape Verde. Um, it's very nice to hear. Before I want to make a question for Frederick and for the colleague, I think Alvarez, no, Alvarez. Alvarez, yeah. But now I will use this time to join the questions, no, and because it's very interesting what is being said here, brain drain, brain gain, and then we put ourselves in the middle, no, in the middle of the way, because you know we have to remember that the countries that people go from is countries that have already some level of education. The education system is already in some level that is not so bad. For instance, when we are talking about Senegal or Cape Verde, in the case of Professor Frederick, or in terms of the Philippines. So these countries, they are in the middle, middle income country, if we can say it, and then when people go out, you can put again a program of training, but they will go again. They will still, after training, shift to the other country. So my question is, what kind of policy, what kind of policy you can put in the country to these people not going out? Because when people are already trained, one of the issue is the difference in wage between these two countries, the country of origin and the country of destination. So the issue here is from the Cape Verdean perspective. You know, if people that are nurse or people that are now we go to tourism sector, this is one of the sector that we had more people going out, or motorists to Portugal, in the last year, in 2024, a lot of motorists, bus drivers, they went more than the 100 bus driver to Portugal. So the country stay, the capital of the country stay without bus driver. This is just an example. So people had to go again, have the training very quick to be bus driver. This in a short period, in a period that two companies from Portugal came to Cape recruiting bus driver. So they recruit all the bus driver that was work already in the company. We have only one company of that in Praia, and we have only one in San Vicente. So he came here and recruited the bus driver and taxi driver. So the country was 3-4 months shortage of this kind of. So the country will train these people again, and then these people will go after in 2 months, 3 months. Maybe the ones that are already trained will leave again. So what kind of policy? This I would like Frederick and Catherine to help me as a Cape Verdean. Now I'm talking as a Cape Verdean that will stay here and maybe will help the government with the policy that they will introduce. So what kind of policy do we can introduce to the substitution of these professionals?
Caroline, do you want to begin? Yes.
I can go first, or Frederick can, either way. I'm happy either way.
You want to go first?
Okay, let her finish.
No, but what did? Yeah, Caroline, you begin, please.
Sure. Okay, I'll begin. Sure, great. So I think this is such a great question. I think the first thing that I want to highlight, which is not actually the main point that you were making, but is exactly right, that this is coming from the evidence that we have is coming from countries where the education systems are pretty well developed: Philippines, India, Cape Verde, Senegal. And so I think one thing I want to mention is like this is something we want to consider both in poor countries, but also in fragile economies, places that are experiencing severe violence, severe reasons why large flows of people are migrating. Someplace like Venezuela, okay, where there might be huge movements of people out. Okay, so that's kind of an aside. But I think this point about that after training, because of these huge differences in wages, people are just going to continue to go. I think that's exactly right. And I think this becomes much more, I think in the case that I'm studying here and that often people are thinking about, there are visa restrictions such that, not everybody can just go immediately. And so I think that's part of it. But I think suppose we're in a situation where there are fewer visa restrictions. And so I think that's where automatically, I think countries can think a little, so that puts us kind of in this part here. Workers find jobs overseas and they go abroad. And so I think thinking about policies that can then capitalize on remittances return migration and these knowledge transfers are really important. Okay, so one thing the Philippines has done is they have really important diaspora engagement policies where they should have a whole government agency that's set up to work with what are effectively permanent migrants, largely to the United States, to encourage them to retire back to the Philippines. They have programs for like college students to come back and like see what the Philippines is like and engage them in these particular ways. That's kind of more on the return migration side, but also thinking about ways that remittances can be fueled toward productive uses. Okay, so I think that's something that maybe origin countries can do just on their own, is thinking about what are these flows, how can they facilitate the transfer of knowledge and things like that. On the other hand, this example, and so maybe like your example of the bus drivers, these remittance dollars would be coming and they can think about how to leverage that. That said, I think this is a real opportunity to think about these kinds of partnerships, and that maybe it sounds like the way that this occurred was that all of a sudden there was a very sudden out migration of these bus drivers in a way that left the origin country little time to respond, and so they had to train people really quickly. And so I think here maybe is where like partnerships that are a little bit more measured could occur. So maybe Portugal wants to recruit 1,000 bus drivers, but they bring 200 at a time over several months, and they provide a training program for more bus drivers. Or like as they do this migration, they think about these kinds of partnerships that could provide that sort of training so that there isn't this immediate loss of human capital, but you can still benefit from these remittance benefits and things along those lines. So I think that's my short answer, and I'll let Frederic answer as well.
I think you respond very well, Caroline. So first, it's very nice to hear you and to see you as usual, even if it's virtual this time. We should have coordinated probably because many of your graphs, many of your illustrations, many of your messages on brain drain, brain gain, but also the global skills partnerships were things that I spoke about in the presentation before. But it's always better to have someone repeating what you said than someone contradicting yourself. So I'm happy to answer the question that we had from the dean. I mean, the thing that I said in my presentation is that if you transpose this idea of brain drain, brain gain to vocational training, so fields in which you need people with good vocational training, so well trained, maybe less educated. Bus drivers are a good example of that. The idea of the partnerships, it can be global or bilateral partnership between Luxembourg, Cape Verde, for example. This is the partnership I talked about. This idea is really to target fields in which there is a need in the origin country and in the destination country. And we would use this prospect of migrating abroad to attract more people in vocational training, but only some of them would go abroad, would be selected by the lottery, and the others would stay here. So it would solve jointly the shortages that you have here in the origin country and the shortage you would have in some destination countries. Of course, if you are taken by surprise and you have no time to prepare this, and there is a huge demand from Portugal, from France, from Luxembourg for workers in a given occupation in which you already have shortages here, then the shortage will be bigger, and in the short run there will be a problem. That's why probably to avoid this type of surprise, coordinating the activities right now and having the support to start these bilateral partnerships is very important. But the goal of these bilateral partnerships or global partnership is to address the shortages at origin, at destination, to avoid the problem that you mentioned.
Thanks, Caroline. Maybe this is more a comment than a question. So you were talking about this skills mismatch that can occur if you want to kind of supply foreign labor markets with human capital or skilled migrants. And I was just thinking, so how do you see, there is also a skills mismatch when you look at institutes and local labor markets, right? So that which is inherent to human capital investments, because you have to spend 3-4 years acquiring this human capital, and then maybe what you were studying is no longer relevant in the labor market. So yeah, the alternative is not perfect match. And so maybe, that's also something to consider when discussing about policy and yeah. So maybe, do you have a take on that? That would be great. And thanks for the presentation. It was really interesting.
Yeah, thanks. That's such a great point. I don't know if I've ever heard someone explain it quite like that, but it's absolutely right that there's no reason to think that, say, we were to completely stop all migration globally, that these skills mismatches wouldn't occur. I think we see them throughout the world all the time. And so I think it's a really great point to kind of maybe almost illustrate, like, here are the types of skills matches that occur naturally in a local labor market anyway. And so this isn't actually any more severe. I've never seen someone quantify that, but I think it's a really interesting point. I completely agree with what you're saying there. I think, even, within a country, we see these sorts of skills mismatches. Even within, the city of Manila, we're going to see this sort of skills mismatch. I think it's a great point.
Okay, thank you, Caroline. I think we'll stop here. It was great to have you with us. I hope we'll meet next time in person.
I do. I hope so too. It's great to see all of you as well. Thank you for having me. Take care.